All right, Mission Raceway here on the Titanium Strip, the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies, your first choice in performance parts and service. So we're going to be getting underway shortly. Big thanks for everyone coming out tonight, and hello to everybody on the live stream. How are you doing? It's a gorgeous day. Oh, this thing used to tell me the temperature, but it's not. But it's very warm out. And look at that river. I just can't get over the view. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Now, I do believe they did that for the boat races that were supposed to be on Sunday. Unfortunately, they are canceled because of the high water and the debris floating down the river. So that is super unfortunate, but we know that they're going to reschedule. So we can't wait for that. We'll be starting racing shortly. Big thanks to all our track officials out there. A lot of new people have been joining us this year, so thanks for being here for us at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip. Also up here in the tower, we have Guntus now. If you remember him, he saved the day. He saved the day, the first street legals when our computer went down. It was unbelievable. This man, we had to go to manual, folks. Manual. Leaving through 125 tech cars to bring up your name. So he's the man. He has a gold star in my book. Guntus up here in the tower, entering our tech cards for us. Thank you so much, sir. Of course, we've got Anna here and Elise on our timing system. And the amazing Shelby, our assistant race director. She says, hi. Again, if you have any questions, concerns, if you can't hear me, please let our staff officials know. This is the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Just waiting for word from the big cheese, and then we'll be starting to stage the cars. In the meantime, I'm going to get Joey to tell you about the NHRA Street Legal License. Now, this is the coolest thing. You could have a cool official NHRA Street Legal License. Now, how cool would that be to whip that out?
Honestly, it's a pretty big brag here. The NHRA Street Legal License only goes for $65 USD. And you might be asking yourself, what can I get with this license? Well, you get the official license card, an exclusive 9 and 5-second decals on NHRA Level 6 Street Legal Racers, recognizing your performance. Exclusive discounts with NHRA partners like Summit Racing Equipment and some exclusive others. You get 25% off on NHRA.TV live streaming championship drag racing action across the country. And believe me when I say this, $575,000 in excess medical insurance coverage at your NHRA member track. And you also get an NHRA National Dragster machine online. And our limited time introductory offer is $100 off. So what are you waiting for? You can go on ahead and get your NHRA Street Legal License for $65 USD.
And if you do get one of those, please bring it on up to the tower. I want to see one of these things. Like, I mean, that's some bragging rights right there. I'll talk all about that all day long. And just so you know, we are, of course, we are an NHRA track. And we're in Division 6, which is the best division. So just so you know, we are absolutely official. And NHRA TV is a great streaming service. I just purchased NHRA TV, and you get to see all the big races. And, you know, our vice president, Justin Bond, he is in Pro Mod, and he was cleaning up for the first couple races there. He's still in front in points, so we cheer him on here from our little racetrack while he's racing in the big leagues.
here, but we here at the tower staff at Mission Raceway Park always use the Mission Raceway Park to give you guys all of the updates, run orders, class calls, and lane assignments, and race and spectator info. Make sure to give us a follow or turn on your Twitter notifications so you can easily see the whereabouts and where we are in the day, and for any extra info that you can refer back to. We are also actively posting on MRP's Facebook, so you can always check there for weekly event postings and more. Like I said, don't forget to follow us on Twitter for more updates at Mission Raceway Park. And also, don't forget to turn off your notifications. And please, you can also follow us on Facebook too.
All right, thanks, Joey. So yes, we are updating you on Twitter. We're also broadcasting live in the pits, 92.7 FM. 92.7 FM, folks. If you can't hear my voice, I hope you have a radio on so you can hear when you are called to the line. While you're on Facebook, be sure to add the Titanium Auto Group, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. Join their Facebook page. They just gave away $300, folks. $100 each to 3 people. Like, I could use $100 right now, so be sure to join the Titanium Auto Group's Facebook page, and you could be a big winner. Do they want me to call Outlaw too? No, not yet. Okay. All right, racers. I've got a very important announcement. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We are going to start off doing 8th mile racing. 8th mile only racing, folks. So that means you need to take the first or second exit off the track. All right, we're going to start off with 8th mile. So please pass the word in the pits, 8th mile. We're going to start off with that, and you need to take the first or second exit off the track. Just want to go over a couple things. No shorts, folks. No shorts. You got to have some long pants on. No open toe shoes. And you have to have a shirt on. And we're not talking about a tank top or a crop top or a midriff top. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you dudes like to wear those shirts. But nope, it has to have sleeves, as in like a t-shirt, like short sleeves, not a tank top.
It's attention in the pits. We're calling on Outlaw now to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Racers, get ready to go to 1, 2, 3, and 4 for Outlaw.
And we'll put motorcycle on standby. Please, outlaws to the lanes. Motorcycles, you are on standby. So, yeah, he said that when we... Also, racers, another reminder to clean your wheel wells and tires out. So when you're in the staging lanes, we need to get those rocks out of those tires and out of those wheel wells way before you come up to the line, because we don't want that dragged over to our track. So again, very important. We want to clean those wheel wells and tires out, as well as no air conditioning, folks. I know, but you're a racer. And we can't have water on the track. So please, no AC, and let's get those rocks off your wheel wells and tires.
I just...
All outlaws, please make your way to the lanes 1 through 4. Motorcycles, you are on standby. Again, a reminder, we are racing to the 8th mile. The 8th mile, that's what we got to do, so we're going to do it. So you need to be reminded to take the first or second exit off the track. So please, we're racing to the 8th mile. And we need you to take that first and second exit, please.
I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, thanking Racing Greed, Mopac Auto Supply, and Mountain View Harley Davidson. And I'd also just like to do a brief promotion to our Door Wars race presented by Titanium. Door Wars race coming up on June 29th to July 2nd.
All right, here we are, Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Our first 2 outlaws up to the burnout box. It's Raz Van Diesan in the 96 VW Golf in the tower lane, going against Tony Brand in his 73 Chev. Raz Van's a part of Team All Race. Oh no. Okay, to the 8th mile, here we go. Tony, it looks like Raz Van is backing out, unfortunately. Just again, a reminder, folks, to the 8th mile, and be sure to take that first or second exit, please.
Next up to the starting line, we have Everett Heath driving his 72 Chevy and Dean Hench driving his 68 Mercury. Sorry if I butchered that last name.
Everett Towerside, he's from Maple Ridge, going against Dean from Surrey in the Lordco lane. This is Friday Night Street Legals at the Titanium Strip Mission Raceway.
Going up on the 8th mile, we see them blazing right off the track.
7.39, 80 miles an hour for Everett, and Dean with an 8.56, 84 miles an hour.
Next up, we got Clayton Schultz and John Verbeck. Clayton's driving his 2019 Dodge Hemi, and John's driving his 78 Malibu. Clayton's from Coquitlam, and John is coming in from Aldergrove.
It's looking like some problems for John in his 78 Malibu. Hope it's not too serious there. And be sure you take that first or second exit, folks. We're going to the 8th mile only. Just a reminder, the 8th mile. So be sure to take that first or second exit. Moving into our motorcycle class here. Motorcycle sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson. You know who the other guy? Oh, just Tom. Solo passed is Tom Turan from Maple Ridge. He's part of Daytona Motorsports, sponsored by Boulder Designs, and that is the Kraken. That's his bike, 2017 Suzuki. Tom Turan in the tower lane.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Sports Compact, you're called to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we're putting domestic on a 10-minute hold. To repeat, this is Sport Compact to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, and putting domestic on a 10-minute hold. And next up, we have Paul Serdar driving the Gixxer, his 2005 Suzuki, and Charles Evans driving his Kawasaki. Ooh, that's a nice word.
Tom Turan ran a 5.62 at the 8th mile, 129 miles an hour. Paul in the tower lane, Charles in the Lordco lane. Motorcycle class at the Mission Raceway. Little squirrely at the start for Paul, but he regains and barrels down the track anyway. Man, gives me a start. 6.58, 114 miles an hour for Paul, and Charles a 7.03 at 112. That's scary. Scary. So a sports compact. Now we're done. All sports compacts. Sports compacts, please make your way to the lanes. Sports compacts, make your way to the lanes. Domestic, you are on standby. Sports compact, here is Brian Kropp from Surrey, a 2018 Golf, sponsored by Tunzilla. And he's off, 10-second reaction time, but he's off and running down to the 8th mile of 7.63, 92 miles an hour. Yeah, that's not bad.
So that's why he was doing the race.
Just a reminder to clean your wheel wells wheels and tires, folks. Make sure there's no rocks or any kind of debris that you're bringing up to the line, and keep your air conditioning off. Jackson Traves from Abbotsford, BC. Towerside, 1999 Honda Civic. Going against Tyron Frunzen from Abbotsford, 2001 Acura. .86, 88 miles an hour for Jackson, a 10.18 at 72 for Tyron. Great passes. Be sure to take that first or second exit, as these two gentlemen have done. It's Steven in his 85 Port. In the tower lane, he's from Abbotsford. Don't quite have the gentleman in the Lordco's lanes tech card entered in yet, but we will. 8th mile racing here on the Titanium Strip, Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies.
David Atanasio versus Cristo Angelis. David's driving his 2019 Range, coming in from Vancouver, and Cristo's coming in from Quitlam, driving the 2014.
Look at that Range Rover go. Holy cats. 8.14, 88 miles an hour.
And Cristo getting the 1167 miles per hour. Next up, we have Casey Orchardson from Abbotsford 15, driving his 2013 Sicken, and Jared Muller driving the 2015 Sicken as well. Sicken on Sicken, Abbotsford, BC. Racers are off.
Couple Scions, yeah. You know, we've all been new announcers. It was the Battle Scion.
Well, it's a battle of my vocabulary up here, but between the racers, it was pretty close. Jared coming in at the 9.76 at 83 miles per hour, and Casey coming in at the 11.19 at 67.39 miles an hour.
Do you need domestics?
Are we on domestic?
They call it domestic.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits.
Domestic 2023. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. It's time for domestic to go to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's domestic to 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we're putting outlaw on a standby for now. To repeat, this is domestic to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, and outlaw on standby.
Great racing action so far here at the Mission Raceway. Just want to let you know about a couple more races we have coming up. Now, unfortunately, the boat drags this Sunday is canceled, and they will be rescheduling. But June 3rd and 4th, we have the Summit AT Series race number 6 and 7, and that is along with the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association's race. Now, there's going to be a whole lot of motorcycles here coming up this weekend. Love to have you if you're a motorcycle fan, or even if you're not. We have all sorts of cars because it's the Summit AT Series race. We have them all, even the door slammers, I do believe. Also, another very cool thing I saw are the diesel drags. Now, that is coming up June 17th and 18th, the Summit AT Series race 8 and 9, with the diesel drags. And if you've seen the commercial, it is so awesome, like diesel semis. That's what you got to put in your mind there. Super cool coal rollers. They're coming up. Be sure that you're here June 17th and 18th. Steve Morrison here from Simi Valley, a 2013 Dodge. Now it says Simi Valley. I wonder if it's Simi Valley, California. Now, if so, someone's got to let me know. 10.21, 72 miles an hour for Steve. Remember, we're racing to the 8th mile. Be sure to take that first or second exit. Do you guys know who the far guy is? Anna? Do you know who that guy is at all? Or is it just... Chevy S10 in Lordco Lane.
Next up, we got Chris Parks from Chilliwack, BC, driving his 2022 GMC. Going against the S10, both racers off to a beautiful start and headed down that beautiful road. Chris makes it at the 8.97, going 80 miles per hour, while the S10 went 9.6 at 73 miles per hour.
We have Brent Elliott, Towerside, 1986 Chevy El Camino, going against the Camaro in the Lordco lane. Again, we're just entering all the tech cards in. Guntis is hard at work here entering those cards, and we'll get another stack in soon. So if we don't call your name, I'm sorry, we're getting your name into our computer. Racing to the 8th mile here, Friday Night Street Legals. Look at the El Camino go. I think he's been here before.
Is he? Sweet. Thanks.
All right. Simi Valley, right? Oh, wow. Simi Valley is in California. So welcome, our American friends. Thanks for letting us know. The owner of that car is on a business and pleasure trip, so glad to have you here. Owen Carr, Towerside, part of the Tyler Carr's brother family racing team. He was going against Brad Sutton. Now this is a close race here. Owen, 8.95, 77 miles an hour versus 8.92, 68 miles an hour.
Next up, we have Cam Pennier and Ken Ritchie.
Cam Penner, he's from Langley, Towerside 05 Charger, sponsored by Race with Day. Ken Ritchie from Surrey in his 85 Blazer. It looks like Cam Penner, a little eager, red lit. But a 9.22 for Cam and an 8.68, 69 miles an hour for Ken Ritchie.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. It's time for Outlaw. Outlaws to lane 1, 2, 3, and 4. And it's time to put motorcycles on standby. To repeat, Outlaws to lane 1, 2, 3, and 4. And motorcycle on standby.
So Joey is our new announcer. He's on a training shift today. How are you feeling today, Joey?
Well, after a long, hard day's worth of work, I'm more than happy to be here at the Mission Raceway Park, watching these amazing racers do their thing.
All right, well, there you have it. I kind of wish I was racing down that track right now. It's a beautiful day, isn't it?
I would like to be racing on these streets, or maybe better, just behind in the lake behind us. Now, it's beautifully cut open, but unfortunately, we did have the boat races get canceled this Sunday, but we're en route to rescheduling them.
Yeah, safety first, that's for sure. The mighty Fraser is unpredictable.
Next up, we have Matt Fruzy driving his 1973 Greta, and Stefan Lynn driving his 2018 Ama named Heisenberg. Ooh. Rolls right off the tongue there. Racers get right off.
Looks like Steph is sleeping a little bit at the line, but that's all good. Racing to the 8th mile here.
And what an amazingly close finish. Matt coming in at the 8.20, going 85 miles an hour. And Stefan at the 8.21 at 98 miles an hour.
It just shows you, folks, where the power kicks in. So even though he was sleeping at the start line, he got some get up and go by the 3:30. He was like almost neck and neck. So anything could happen when you're racing, when you're drag racing here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. So Outlaws, you should be making your way to the lanes. And Motorcycle, you are on standby.
You know, you asked me how I'm doing, but Chrissy, I want to know, how are you doing this fine day?
Well, I think it's almost time to crack open this monster, to be honest. I've been putting in some long hours. I'm a college student at age 50, studying anatomy and physiology, so I'll spare you the details of how the central nervous system works. But that's what I've been doing till midnight every night of my life. So thanks for asking, Joey. I'm glad to be here at the track, away from the homework, away from everything to do with the body, to be honest.
Well, honestly, for me, science isn't really in the books. However, racing is. As we're just about to finish the Outlaws here, we have our next batch of racers coming up.
Just about to start our Outlaws class right now. Big thanks to Racing Greed, Mopac Auto Supplies, Mountain View Harley Davidson, and the Titanium Auto Group. Dean in the Tower Lane, 1968 Mercury. He's from Surrey, going against Everett Heath from Maple Ridge, racing his 1972 Chevy, racing to the 8th mile. 8th mile racing here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Dean Henschke at 8.58, 82 miles an hour, 7.18 for Everett, 94 miles an hour. Raz Van Desan, Towerside, 1996 VW Golf, part of Team All Race. He's from Maple Ridge, going against Clayton Schultz from Coquitlam, 2019 Dodge. Who will it be? Volkswagen versus Dodge.
Team All Race proving their might with that amazing start, getting at the end at a 6.28, going 124 miles an hour, and Clayton at a 7.93 at 91 miles an hour.
That's very impressive. We've been watching Razvan work with this Volkswagen car of his, packing the laundry and everything.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. It's time for motorcycles to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we're putting Sport Compact on standby. Motorcycle to lane 1, 2, 3, and 4. And sports on standby.
Nice pass here, racing to the 8th mile, a 6.61. 104 miles an hour. Gorgeous day out there. Thank you for spending it here with us. Lots of racing action to come. If you've got some friends that love racing, send them a text and tell them to come on down to Mission Raceway. Only $50, you get to race all day. John Verbeek from Aldergrove, racing the 78 Malibu at 383, and you can tell 7.64, 78 miles an hour. Great pass for John.
Even if you aren't here in person, there's no worries. We here at the Mission Raceway Park are broadcasting at 92.7 FM. So I'm going to crank this radio up as we go over these next few races. And next up we have Steve Shepherd from Surrey. Driving a 69 Firebird. Ooh, isn't that a nice car?
Now, I would love to have a 69 Firebird for my birthday. Just saying.
Hear that, Ma? Put that on my birthday list.
Joey's correct. We are broadcasting live 92.7 FM. A big shout out to everybody on the live stream watching Lordco TV. Hello, hello. We hope to see you at the racetrack soon. Just watching that pass go, wondering if that's a little bit of smoke coming out of his 69 Firebird. Moving into motorcycle class now. Sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson is Tom Turand. He's from Maple Ridge. Driving the 2017 Suzuki, he's a part of Daytona Motorsports. Sponsored by Boulder Designs, he is racing the Kraken. Tom Turand, a great guy, always says hello to me. I appreciate that. Him and his lovely wife out here racing with us. It's good to see him. Tom Turand here, Tower Side. 5.64, 129 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lanes, please? Sports Compact, domestic, you are on standby.
Next up, we got Paul Serdar from Chilliwack, British Columbia, driving the 2005 Suzuki called the Gixxer. And we also got Charles Evans from Abbotsford, British Columbia, driving the Kawasaki.
Motorcycle class here at the Friday Night Street Legal. It's brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Now, don't forget, we're going to have a whole bunch of motorcycles here. June 3rd and 4th, part of our Summit ET series, and the CMDRA. They're having their big race. So I'm sure all of our motorcycle class here are just practicing for that big race coming up. Very even reaction times here, a 6.68, 116 for Paul, and a 7.25 at 113 for Charles. Okay, so we're rolling into Sports Compact. No, you can start announcing that we're in Sports Compact.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to announce that we are now in Sports Compact. We got a BMW on the tower side going against Christo Angelis from Coquitlam, British Columbia.
If we don't know, we just kind of say what it is because the tech car's not in yet. You can just hear him shifting away. I can hear him from here. Remember, we're racing to the 8th mile, folks. 8th mile at 8.32, 89 miles an hour for the tower lane, 11.16, 67 miles an hour for Christo. It's Brian Kropp, tower side, 2018 Golf, part of Tunzilla. He's from Surrey, going against Tyron Frenzen from Abbotsford, 2001 Acura. Double green, and they're off. Huge launch by Brian in that Golf. Wow. I know you could really tune those Volkswagens, boy. I made a wrong choice and bought a Toyota Corolla, which you can just do nothing with. I might as well just kick it. 7.65, 92 miles an hour for Brian, and Tyron with a 10.81 at 69. Jackson Traves from Abbotsford, Towerside, 99 Civic. We're not quite sure who the Lordco lane is, but we will find out. We have Guntus putting in those tech cards as fast as he can. Jackson at 11.32 and Lordco lane at 12.31. Is this Porsche or something here? What is that thing? 350Z? Z? Okay, do this one, 350Z.
We have a 350Z going against Steven from Abbotsford, British Columbia, driving the 85 Porsche. Racers getting ready to go here, and they're off.
Steven wants it. Did you see him just launch and pull to the left? Wow. They must be buddies.
Steven getting a 7.24 at 98 miles an hour, while our good anonymous friend gets a 9.88 at 74 miles an hour.
We have David Towerside in that 2019 Range Rover. He's from Vancouver, going against Tori from Burnaby in that 08 Evo.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're calling on domestic. Domestic to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we're putting Outlaw on standby. To repeat, domestic to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And Outlaw on standby.
Is Casey Ortson in the Towerside. Oh, this is the Scion battle. Casey and Jared. This time Jared is winning it at 9.49, 83 miles an hour. Casey at 10.71 at 70 miles an hour. Now, I haven't seen any Teslas yet. Where are all my Teslas? Unbelievable. We had 4 of them last time.
I saw one in tech. You'll see.
Did you see one? Oh, yay. Shelby's telling me we do have one Tesla. I love those guys. They just sneak up on you and pass you. You know, you don't even know. And then all of a sudden, there they are. We have one of our Teslas does 148 miles an hour. Yeah. Might have to save my pennies up. Oh my goodness, what are these? That's a what?
Okay, this is a Lamborghini and that's a Porsche.
Lambo Porsche. You want to do this one? This is cool. The orange one's the Lambo, right?
We have a Lambo and a Porsche going to the starting lines.
Now, this is pretty darn cool, and you don't see this every day. So who do you think, Joey? What do you think? Is it the Lambo? Is it the Porsche?
I'm not really going to pick favorites here. All I'm going to say is best luck to both these racers for this rare event as they're getting ready to go. The tree turns green.
Oh, giving him a head start. Look at that, and he smokes the tires. Oh, man. He's not going to do that next time. Racing to the 8th mile. Hopefully the other dude slows down a little. Holy moly. A 6.82 for the Porsche. 8.58 for the Lambo. Smoking his tires a bit there. But I can't wait to see those two again. There'll be no head start next time, Mr. Porsche. Wow. So he needs to roll up his window, I guess.
I'll see if I have one, Taylor. Window on the S10, please.
All right, just a reminder, please roll up your windows. Roll your window up. That's a requirement to race here.
So, is that a Dodge in the other lane? I don't know, but he doesn't even have a number on it.
No, it's a Chev and Chev. All right, we've got the full-size Chev going against the little Chevy in the tower lane. Alex in the Lordco lane. Well, I'm not sure if that's Alex because it's certainly not a 19 Golf. 9.
Just a reminder to all our racers that we do need all numbers on the windows on the tower side, just so we can see your name and that beautiful car you're driving. As our racers go off here, it's Dave driving the 2013 Dodge from Coquitlam, and a man named C from Mission driving the 2010 Dodge.
So Battle Dodge, that was cool. 2013 versus 2010 there. Both of them 345 Hemis. Hello. We'll see those two paired up later, that's for sure.
It seems we got generational fight after generational fight. We got Tim from Thornhill driving his 2010 Camaro, and Braden from Langley driving the 2018 Camaro. Seeing all these mirror matches come up just brings a little joy to my heart.
Just a reminder, folks, to have your number on the driver's side rear window or just the driver's side window so we can key in your number and then your name will come up in the system. So we've seen a few of them that we don't know your number, so then we don't know who you are. So please, again, get your number on the side of your car, big, bold, and beautiful where we can see it. Poor Anna here's got her binoculars out trying to look at your number. So be sure to get those numbers on there, folks. Carrying on here, we've got Tim. This is Battle Camaro. 2010 Camaro Tower Side. 2018 Camaro Lordco Lane. Who's it going to be? It's going to be the old, the new Camaro battle here. Friday Night Street Legals. Braden not messing around. He took off on Tim an 8.59, 75 miles an hour. Tim wasn't able to catch him. 9.06 at 85. Brad Sutton, Tower Lane, 72 Buick running a 455. I think he's from North Vancouver going against the Camaro, the red Camaro. So we've already entered in all. I wonder why this guy isn't coming up. Camaro with an 8.53, 88 miles an hour, 8.96, 69 miles an hour for Brad. Ken Ritchie, Tower Lane from Surrey. Oh, going against Steve Morrison, our friend from Simi Valley, California. 2023 Dodge. Ken is racing his 85 Blazer. Steve, a businessman, having a little bit of pleasure on his business trip. And I don't blame him. Welcome, Steve Morrison. Steve versus Ken here. Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac. It was a 1 at the start line, 9.40 for Ken, and Steve a 9.92. Brent Elliott from Pitt Meadows, 1986 Chevy El Caminos, going against Leonard Benke from Mission in the 84 S10, running a 350. 7.56 for Brent. Leonard a 9.93. Racing to the 8th mile here to start with at Mission Raceway.
Stefan from Langley and Matt from Vancouver. It's Heisenberg versus Greta. And Greta takes it home at the 8.05, going 83 miles an hour. And Stefan going at the 9.11 at 89 miles an hour. We got Wesley Martelli from Mission driving his 06 Ram, and Matt from Mission driving his 1992 Chevy. Wesley is sponsored by the J&T Consulting and Repair.
Bulbs are lit, double green, rolling coal in the tower lane. Looks like Matt in his 92 Chevy this time, 9.63, 66 miles an hour. Wesley at 10.13 at 68. Cam Penner in the tower lane, 05 Charger. He's from Langley's. Sponsored by Race with Day, going against Jesse Gill from Abbotsford. Jesse's chasing him down. 9.12 for Jesse Gill. Cam Penner, a 9.69. Tesla and the Accord. Come on, Tesla, put it into the Psycho X-rated mode or disaster mode, whatever mode it is. 6.89 for the Lordco lane, 9.46 for the Tesla.
Attention to the pits. Attention to in the pits. We're calling outlaw to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, putting motorcycle on standby. To repeat, outlaw to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, and motorcycle on standby.
All right, young Joey is going to get himself some food at the concession stand, and what a good idea that is. Go and say hi to Clara at the concession stand. They've got all sorts of yummy things. Now, they do not have the walking taco today, but I know that is a fan favorite, and that'll be coming in the future. However, they have some really good burgers, hot dogs, chicken strips, and every drink that you can imagine. And they don't have Red Bull, but they've got some Monsters. And I think it is Monster time for Chrissy, that's for sure. Oh, no, it's Rockstar. I've never had one of these, so luckily we do have people with first aid training in the tower if this gives me a heart attack. We'll have to see. Trying to keep an old girl going here. Big thanks to everybody out here sharing their evening with us. We'll have to get Joey going out there one day with a microphone and maybe he can interview you. If you'd like to race, bring your car for the next Mopac Street Legals. That's June the 9th. And of course, that big race coming up June 3rd and 4th, the Summit ET Series race number 6 and the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. Now that is Saturday and Sunday. I'll be here. Let's see, is Joey here? Oh, yes. He'll be with Jerry that day. Perfect. So lots of motorcycles coming up June 3rd and 4th. So that is really great. I came last year for that race, and there were a lot of different motorcycle clubs here representing. So definitely kind of cool. And to see all these guys racing each other, and they're all having a great time in a safe environment, and that's what we want. So that's coming right up. Then we'll be having those diesel drags. Now, think drag racing semis. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. And I was a truck driver for, 22 years, so that is right up my alley. I'll be like, hey guys, I'm a super shifter too. Move over. Let me race that semi. Oh yeah. Chrissy gets all excited when you see drag racing semi. So yep, that's coming up June 17th and 18th. Be sure to come on by for that. And everybody on the live stream, that's going to be something you want to see as well. National Hot Rod Diesel Association race, a part of our Summit ET race 8 and 9. Of course, we've got the Door Wars 11. That's June 29th to July the 2nd, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group. Always a fun time. And August 4th to 6th, we've got that Langley Loafers Old Time Drags, the Gasser Get Down Street Rod, Street Classic, Street Machine, Outlaw, Pro Mod, and more. You may be familiar with our August 24th to 27th race, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco. Yeah, that gets all the girls in the tower going. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Got to settle down. My Fitbit says I'm having exercise minutes right now. Holy. Clayton Schultz, Tower Lane, 2019 Dodge. He's got a 392 Hemi. He's from Coquitlam. Going against Dean Henschke from Surrey, 1968 Mercury. Is it a Cougar? Mercury Cougar. Dean Henschke, little too eager at the tree, red lighting. So Clayton taking this one, a 7.95, 90 miles an hour. And Dean, a respectable 9.23, 80 miles an hour. Here we've got Tony Brand in the Tower Lane, 1973 Nova, going against Robert McLean in the 2018 Chev. So here we go, Chevy battle, but 1973, great year. I was born. Hello. Tony Brand here in the Tower Lane going against Robert McLean. Looks like he gave him a little head start and he let out, but seems like he didn't keep his foot into it. Robert taking that one. 7.52, 100 miles an hour for Robert McLean. 7.9373 for Tony. Raz Van Desan coming up to the line here, making all those noises. We've been watching him tune his vehicle. It just gets faster and faster. 96 VW Golf, Tower Side going against John Verbeek. 1978 Malibu. He's from Aldergrove. Oh yeah, that's way better. Holy tamale, a 6.25, 124 miles an hour for Razvan. A 13.13, 40 miles an hour for John. So he's having some issues for sure. Wow, great racing action here today. It's great to see Razvan figuring that car out. Just going faster and faster. One day, maybe he'll throw out the laundry. Okay. All right. All right. Attend. Mike Enns from Mission, 2002 Ford, running a solo pass. I just want to give you a little informational announcement. Now, the reason that we're running 8th mile is that the road course had moved the barriers and they didn't put them back and the forklift died. So we're trying to get our forklift going so we can move those barriers back. So there's that issue. So hey, if you're a forklift mechanic, we could use your help. Look at that truck go, Mike Enns. Just barreling down the track, 7.31, 96 miles an hour. Wow. It's definitely not a usual street legal truck. That thing's got a lot of power. So again, if you didn't hear me, we're racing to the 8th mile because we can't get those barriers back. Our forklift is broken. We're desperately trying to get it going so we can get to quarter-mile racing. But for now, it's 8th mile until we can get that thing going. So please bear with us. If you are a forklift mechanic, hey, you are our best friend. Come to the tower and let us know that you're here. We could use your help. But anyways, in the meantime, they're working on it, trying to get it out of the way so we can go to the quarter mile, because we've heard some rumors, and no, they're all not true. Nothing's going on. We just need to get those barriers moved back. So thank you for your patience, racers. Big thanks to our sponsors, Mopac Auto Supplies, Racing Greed, and Mountain View Harley Davidson. Thank you so much for sponsoring our classes here tonight. Big thanks to all our spectators here with us. What a gorgeous evening it is. And did you check out the river? We had that view there the whole time. Amazing. Sure opens up the scenery. It's absolutely gorgeous. They did that for the boat races, but unfortunately they are canceled. They are rescheduling, so don't worry. Won't that be awesome to sit there and watch boat races? Can't wait. Moving into our sports compact class, sponsored by Racing Greed. Shout out to everyone on the live stream. Hey, everybody. Hope to see you down here soon. We miss ya. It's a beautiful evening here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies, your #1 choice in performance parts and service. BMW battle coming up here next. David from Mission and his 2005 BMW on the Tower Lane. They've got double greens. Green means go, my friends. I don't know what was happening there. Maybe one was waiting for the other, but when the light goes green, it means you can go, and it's on. It's a race. 7.51 for Lordco side, 7.96 for Mike.
Go ahead.
Audi in the Lordco lane, Mercedes in the Tower lane. Oh, Mercedes having a problem and pulling right over. Exactly what he should do. All right. You're fooling with me. Okay. 8.19 in the Tower lane. So that just reminds me, hey, if you're having a problem on the track, you pull over. You get out of the groove if you think you've blown anything. Because if you can get out of the groove, which is the racing surface, so you don't drip any liquids or anything onto the track. BMW versus Audi in our sports compact class. Whole bunch more tech cars getting entered into the computers. $7.5494 miles an hour for the Lordco lane, 9.3 at 79 for the TCS side. Brian Kropp, Tower side, 2018 Golf going against Richard Ivanchenko. Evanochko? I'm sorry, Richard, bro. Brian taking it at 7.5, 92 miles an hour, and Richard 8.4 at 89. Jared Mueller, Tower side, and his Scion going against another Scion. Maybe their club is here, the Scion Club. We'd love to know about it if this, if y'all are out here like that. So Jared a 9.34 and a 10.58, 70 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. Tori in the Lordco lane, sponsored by T-Volution from Burnaby, 08 Evo. 9.16 going against the Tesla, 9.54 at 80 miles an hour. Wesley Martelli on the Tower side. He's from Mission. 350Z Tower Side going against Christo from Coquitlam. Driving the 2004 Lancer. Jacob Evans, Tower Lane, 2019 Audi. He's from Surrey, sponsored by CWD Performance. Going against Tyron Frenzen from Abbotsford, 2001 Acura. Jacob Towerside, Tyron Lordco Lane, Audi versus Acura. .31 for Jacob, 90 miles an hour. Tyron at 10.07 at 73 miles an hour. Audi on the Tower side going against that 2019 Range Rover that David's driving. Look at the front end lift on that thing. Wow. I think when I win my Lotto Max, I might have to have a 2019 Range Rover in my stable of cars. 8.94, 88 miles an hour for David, and 11.87 for the Audi in the Tower Lane. Good to see everybody out there, and look at all those kids with their smiling faces. So good to see all you kids. Hi, kids. Don't forget, in the Pro Shop, we have freezies, lots of freezies. Anna says the best freezie is white. I don't know, kind of partial to purple. Motorcycle class here on the Titanium Strip, Friday night street legals. Sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson. All right, just entering in our tech cards for our motorcycles. Wow. 7.76 Tower Lane, 108 miles an hour. Lordco Lane at 8.84 at 87. Don't forget, June 3rd and 4th, the big Canadian Motorcycle Drag Race Association race. Tons of bikes. Lauren Stewart in the Lordco Lane. 2018 Audi RS3. Just getting all our tech cars put in the computer, and wow. .32 at 117 miles an hour Tower Lane. 7.65 at 99 for Lauren Stewart. Wow. Keith Schmidt, Tower Lane, 2001 Harley Davidson, sponsored by Harley Davidson. He's from Maple Ridge. He's going against the gentleman in the Lordco Lane. We'll get his name a little bit later. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get domestic to the lanes, please? Domestic to the lanes. Outlaw, you are on standby, please. Keith with a 7.666, 91.91 miles an hour. Interesting numbers. Good to see everybody out there enjoying the beautiful river view and all the racing here at the Friday Night Street Legals. So how was the chicken strips and fries, Joey?
Certainly quenched my hunger, that's for damn sure. Haven't really ate much today because I work a little too hard for my own liking, but hey, food here's great. You guys might want to go ahead and try that right now. Just a concession stand right to the left of the track. Got some real damn good food there.
Really, really yummy. Go see Clara. She was the employee of the year last year, running that concession stand. She's a pro. Speaking of pro, the pro shop, they've got all sorts of cool t-shirts, hats, ice cold drinks, ice creams. They've got the freezies, which is very important. They also got some cool neon. I saw that they had a Mission Raceway neon sign that's super cool. I've got my brand new NHRA t-shirt. I'm the Nitro Queen. See right on the back, Joey. That's what we're talking about here. So when I watch my NHRA TV, I can pretend I'm the Nitro Queen. And I'm just joking. Check out the pro shop. Actually, it's Caitlin and Caitlin in there. I go, oh, your name's Caitlin. What's your name? Caitlin. Oh, well, there you go. And they've known each other since high school. Caitlin and Caitlin at the pro shop. Go say hello. Grab yourself an ice cream or a freezy or an ice cold drink. They're waiting for you at the pro shop. All right, so this is domestic. You can see it says DOM. So we know we're going into the next class. And it's sponsored by...
We're moving on to domestic here, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. This is domestic, sponsored by Mopac. Our next two racers come up here. We have Jeff Leithman from Abbotsford and Braden from Langley driving his 2018 Camaro.
One of those Ford versus Chevy battles here, Joey. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Domestics, please make your way to the lanes, please. Domestics, please make your way to the lanes. Outlaw, you are on standby.
It was a very close finish from Jeff and Braden. Jeff coming in at an 8.43 at 85 miles an hour, and Braden at 8.44 and 80 miles an hour.
Just 6300th of a second. They're separating those last two cars. C. Hookham from Mission, Tower Lane in that 2010 Dodge, going against Chris Parks from Chilliwack in his 2022 GMC truck. C. Hookham with an 8.77, 85 miles an hour. Just backing Chris up for a moment while we can reset our timing system. Racing to the 8th mile at the moment, folks. Racing to the 8th mile. Be sure to take that first or second exit. Just a reminder to make sure you clean out your wheel wells and tires so we don't track rocks up to our racing surface. Chris Parks taking his hit now in the Lordco lane. 9.76. 64 miles an hour.
All Our next race, we have Dave from Chilliwack driving his 2013 Dodge, going against Cam Penner from Langley and our 2005 Charger Hemi, sponsored by Race with Day. Double green on the tree. Racers are off. Dave finishes with a 9.35 at 76 miles an hour, and Cam with a 10.04 at 73 miles an hour. Next one here we have Brad Sutton from North Vancouver. Drives 72 Buick, and Tim from Thornhill in his 2010 Camaro.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Domestic, this is your final call. Domestics, make your way to the lane. Final call. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Outlaws to lanes 3 and 4, please? Outlaws to lane 3 and 4. Wesley Martelli, Tower Side, in his 06 Ram 3500. He's a Mission resident, sponsored by Janty Consulting and Repair.
Is it Hatch?
Hodge Chima in the Lordco lane, also a Mission resident, driving his 2021 Ford Mustang, and he is off. Wesley rolling some coal there. Probably going to be a part of those diesel drags coming up. Mr. Chima, 7.54, 97 miles an hour in his 21 Mustang, and Wesley, a 12.39 at 57.
Okay, I don't have the next two names. Okay, Guntus. I don't have these guys.
Leonard Banky, Tower Side, going against Steve Morrison from Simi Valley. Sorry, this is our California friend. 2023 Dodge in the Lordco lane. Leonard racing his 84 S10, 9.83, 59 miles an hour for Leonard, and Steve a 10.24 at 72. Ken Ritchie, Tower Lane, 85 Blazer. He is from Surrey. Please roll up your window, Ken Ritchie. Is his window open? Reminder, just make sure that you have your windows rolled up. Ken Ritchie going against Owen Carr. Owen's a 68 Pontiac, sponsored by Tyler Carr's Brothers Family Car Racing Team. Owen a 9.03, 78 miles an hour. Ken an 8.82, 83. Just a reminder, we are racing to the 8th mile. You need to take the first or second exit. First or second exit, please. Again, we're hoping to change that. Unfortunately, we do have to go to the 8th mile at this moment. The reason is those barriers down there, the road course used it and didn't get those barriers back, and now the forklift broke down. So if you are a forklift mechanic, you could be our best friend at this point. Come talk to our staff if you are a forklift mechanic, but otherwise they're working hard to get that thing going and get that barriers back where they need to be. Kyle Jessamine, Rex Jessamine, Blazer versus 78 Chev. Kai in the Tower Lane. Rex taking it at 7.86, 86 miles an hour. Kai a 9.29 at 77.
Our next race is Matt Dawson, a Mission representative, driving a 92 Chevy, and Brent Elliott from Pitt Meadows in his 86 Chevelle.
El Camino, Lordco Lane, going against the 92 Chevy S10. 7.51, 94 miles an hour for Brent in the Lordco lane. Matt taking a 9.83 at 76. This is a Dodge in the tower side, right? Yeah. We've got a Dodge with a giant burnout here in the tower side. Great view on the live stream, though. Pretty cool. Going against Jesse Gill in the Lordco lane. He's from Abbotsford in that 2022 Ford. This time it's going to be the Dodge, but it was close. 8.56 versus an 8.78. Coming up, Outlaw class next, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. So motorcycle on standby or bring them up?
Might as well just call them.
And what lanes do you want motorcycle? Just to the lanes?
Yeah. There's basically nobody.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We should have our Outlaw class in the lanes now. We'd also like to call up our motorcycle class. Outlaws to the lanes and motorcycles to the lanes as well. Track officials just checking out the track, making sure everything is hunky-dory. Safety is first here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Lots of racing action yet to come, folks. Don't forget, you too can be a racer. Bring your car. The next Mopac Street Legals is June the 9th. June the 9th, that could be your day. And if you know anybody that has a Tesla, tell them to come and bring that Tesla down and have some fun with it. I love those Teslas. I think there should be a Tesla class. Wouldn't that be cool? I don't know. You know, they sneak up on you. They'll pass you. And I know electric, kind of weird, but it is quite amazing how fast those electric cars can go, and I love watching them. Great to see you all out here, all your smiling faces, enjoying this beautiful evening here at the Titanium Strip. It's funny how we always have the best weather for our Friday Night Street Legals. We are blessed. The light is shining on the Mopac Street Legals. Thanks for being here. Shout out to everybody on the live stream. We hope to see you soon. Tons of racing action here, and not only on the strip, of course. At the end of the track, we've got the Speed Fanatics road course. We've got road course, we've got drifting, we've got all sorts of stuff. And you know how you can figure out all of what's going on here is if you join our Facebook page. Join us on Facebook, Mission Raceway Park. Our social media star, Jessica, keeps us all in the know. I wouldn't even know where my head was if it wasn't for Jessica. She tells me, oh, Mopac Street Legal's coming up. All right, Jessica. Coming up, we've got the Summit ET Race Series, June the 3rd and 4th. That is with the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Race Association. Tons of motorcycles. Motorcycles, June 3rd and 4th, Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. Going to be good to have them. June 17th and 18th as well. Motorcycles to the lanes, please. Motorcycles to the lanes. Here we are back in our Outlaw class. Now, Outlaws is Jeff H. in his 1970 GMC running a 383 Chev in the tower lane. Going against the Ford. So, Chevy versus Ford. Look at these guys here. Close race here at the 330. Wow. It's going to the Lordco lane, a 7.88 in the Ford, 86 miles an hour versus the 8.05 at 84 miles an hour. So That was a close one there. Everett Heath, 1972 Chev Tower Lane. He's from Maple Ridge, going against Clayton Schultz from Coquitlam. He's got that green 2019 Dodge with the 392 Hemi. Everett versus Clayton. Everett a 7.12, 95 miles an hour. Clayton a 7.97 at 91. Mike Enns from Mission. An 02 Ford with a 5.4 liter. This thing's got all sorts of power, and look, he's packing a laundry. Oh, we're like, where have we seen this truck? He's in Outlaws 275. That's where he's from. Mike Enns.
Just outlawed overhearing now? Maybe not.
Maybe just Outlaw? Big Whipple supercharger is what I'm hearing. Wow. Rumor has it 2,000 horsepower, but there's a lot of rumors here. If you know for sure, come on up to the tower and let us know all about Mike Enns. Motorcycles coming right up.
Attention in the pits, attention to the pits. We're calling on Sport Compact to lanes 1, 2, and 3. This is Sport Compact 1, 2, and 3, and we're gonna put domestic on standby.
Okay, I don't have anything on my computer here, bro. Oh, here we go. You want to do this one?
Up next, we have Tom Turan from Maple Ridge, driving his 2017 Suzuki, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports and Boulder Designs. His bike's titled the Kraken, and for a good reason, with a 5.58 with 129 miles an hour. Tom's showing us how it's done with his Kraken.
5.58, 129 miles an hour just to the 8th mile. Wow. All his buddies going to be coming up June 3rd and 4th. With the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association's race June 3rd and 4th, along with our Summit ET series. It'll be a great weekend, folks.
All right, we got a father and son match here with Charles Leaker from Chilliwack, and his father Chris Leaker. Well, Chris showing us with a 7.37 at 113, and Charles at an 8.82 at 87 miles an hour. Pardon me, but their last name seems to be Leak. Noir. It was Charles and Carissa Leak, a father and son race. And now we have Adam Case from Hope.
Wow, father-son racing, isn't that something? Pretty cool. Adam Case here, yeah, at the line. Joey's already let us know he's from Hope, 2021 890 Duke, 890 KTM. Whoa, doing a little wheelie there. I want to buy him a new jacket though. It's all fluttering. That's got to be slowing him down, doesn't it? What do you think, Joey?
Despite the fact that it might be weighing it down, but I do believe that jacket is quite stylish. Wouldn't trade that for the world.
Well, you know, fashion statement here on the titanium strip, I guess, is what you're saying. So we're going to roll into our sports compact class brought to you by Racing Greed. Thank you, Racing Greed, for sponsoring this class. Brian Kropp from Surrey, Towerside, a 2018 Golf, part of Toonzilla, going against Tyron Frunzen from Abbotsford in the 2001 Acura. Brian must have a highly chipped out VW there, 7.5692 miles an hour, and a 10.62 for Tyron at 71. This is the Scions again. It's Jared Mueller and Casey Orkson. Abbotsford residents. The Tower one is a 2015, and Lordco Lane is the 2013. So the 2015 Jared Mueller wins this one at 9.0284 miles an hour. Casey at 10.68 at 68 with a 9.
Next up, we have Tori Dew from Burnaby driving the 2008 Evo, sponsored by T-Volution. And going up against her is Jacob Evans from Surrey, driving a 2019 Audi, sponsored by CWD Performance.
Okay, it looks like Tori having a little problem. Now, if you're having a problem, we'd prefer you pull over out of the groove. Of course, we don't want you in the groove leaking any fluids, so that is why we'd rather you pull over, and then we can find out what we can do for you. So I'm not sure this car's going to make it off the track, maybe, hopefully. But again, racers, if you're having some problems and you're racing down the strip, we want to see you pull over and let our track officials come and give you a hand. All right, we're just going to have to figure out how we can help Tori. It looks like Tori's having some issues down there. Can we get the tower quad back to the tower, please? The tower quad. We kind of require that back to the tower. And there's our good old track officials. Look at them hoofing it. All right, good old boys. Big thanks to our track officials. A lot of our people are new, and now we're making them run down the track. Thanks so much to our track officials putting up with that business. So if we can get the tower quad back, that would be very helpful. Track officials just going to go see how they can help Tori, see what's going on. Safety first, of course. Just a reminder to our racers to clean your wheel wells and tires off before you get up to the line. Very important, folks. Clean those wheel wells and tires, and do not have your AC on. The Titanium Strip Admission Raceway is sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. Be sure to join the Titanium Facebook group, and you can win. I know they give out cash prizes very often. Just on Monday, they gave away $300. And as well, if you've noticed, We have that 2006 GT Mustang right at the winner's circle, and we're going to be giving that away. You could be the lucky winner, so be sure to go down to the Titanium Auto Group's Facebook page and keep an eye on that, and they will be announcing how you can win that sweet ride. And of course, they're going to fix it all up first. If you follow along on Lordco TV, we will be following that process and giving you handy tips on how to improve your quarter mile times. While you're on Facebook, be sure to join our Mission Raceway page for the latest and greatest from our social media queen, Jessica. She is on top of every event that we have here. And just a reminder, unfortunately, the boat drag's canceled. It was supposed to be on Sunday. However, there's high waters and debris flowing down the Fraser. And for safety reasons, they had to cancel. But they are absolutely going to rebook, and I can't wait to see them. Track officials just giving Tori a hand down at the top end. Big thanks to Valley Auto Tech Production for all your help with our sound, video, Lordco TV, and just about everything. They're amazing, and we're not sure what we'd do without them. Valley Tech Production Group for all your sound and video needs. Spectator side is sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts. Tower side is sponsored by TCS, Performance Transmission Products. Just a reminder, if you cannot hear my voice, hopefully you can, or maybe you can't, and maybe that's a good thing. But if you can't and you need to know what's going on, we're broadcasting live at 92.7 FM. 92.7 FM in the pits. That'll keep you updated on what's going on as well. If you have Twitter, just join us on the Twitter, and they will tweet out every class call out. So really, put your notifications on, your phone buzzes. Oh, it's my class. So that's how we roll around here. Big thanks to Elise taking care of the Twitters. Oh, and you just proposed to our race director. That's very nice. Oh, Shelby said yes. Elise and Shelby are getting fake married in the tower. Aw. Obviously, it's getting a little warm in the tower here. Our brains are baking. We better head over to the concession stand and get some nice, cool drinks to be refreshed. That's a good idea for everybody. Go see Clara, our Employee of the Year, at the concession stand. Yummy burgers, hot dogs, and I know Joey had the chicken strips and fries, and it smelled delicious, I must say. Now, what kind of dipping sauce did you have, Joey?
For me, I'm not really one to dip, but I have to go with the old classic ketchup. But if the option was available, I'm always up for spice. Love me some habanero, but mainly ghost pepper it is for me.
Ah, all right. To dip, not to dip. He dip, she dip, she dip. Isn't that like a song? Anyway. All right.
I dip, you dip, he, she, we dip.
They dip.
We can't forget about the they dip.
Okay. So big thanks to our track officials for giving Tori a hand. Hopefully didn't do too much damage, because we want to see Tori back in the next round here. So, what's this name? Harsimran Sidhu?
Harsimran Sindhu.
Okay, you can do that.
Can we please not send any cars? We are fixing the wall now. Yay.
You mean the forklift's ready?
Can I go get ice cream?
The forklift's working? Is that what's happening?
No, they're moving the block. Yes. Yeah.
So we can do quarter mile block?
Yeah, we're gonna fix it right now. So we're gonna shut down for 20 minutes.
Oh, really? Like right
Yeah,
now?
they're doing it right now. So we're shutting down right now.
Okay, so what is happening right now is they're going to move those blocks back so we can get back to quarter mile racing. So that is great news. Unfortunately, it's going to take 20 minutes. So that's what's going on right now. We want a quarter-mile race. We don't want an eighth mile. We want a quarter-mile race. We want to let it all go, let it loose out in the top end. So we're going to shut her down for 20 minutes. This would be a great time to head on over to the concession stand and grab yourself a nice, cool drink. Now, I chose the Rockstar Punch, 160 milligrams of caffeine. Probably going to have to drink 2 of these, to be honest, but they're delicious. They're like fruit punch with a kick. And I'm having a good time with that, so feeling the buzz. So definitely go get yourself a cool, refreshing drink. And, of course, the Pro Shop, folks. Freezies, ice cream, ice-cold drinks, brand new NHRA T-shirts. Now, I'm wearing one right now myself, and it's a beautiful thing. So they've also got Mission Raceway T-shirts that are pretty cool as well. So unfortunately, thanks for your patience. We're just going to get that barrier put back in place. It's going to take a minute, and then we'll get back to racing. Tons of racing action to go, folks. We keep racing through these classes until the dew sets in, so a ton of racing to come. So please have some patience while we get those barriers back. Darn forklifts breaking down. That was quite unexpected. So we're going to get the track fixed up, and we'll get back to work here at the Titanium Strip at Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get right back into the swing of things. Drivers, if you want to make your ways back to your cars, and staff, if you want to get back to your stations, now would be the time.
Probably not even that long. They're just waiting for the forklift to come off the track, which it looks like it is now. Once Willie tells them like this, once Willie goes like this to the cars, then he's good.
Alright. Once Willie shoots his finger guns, he's ready to
Pretty
roll.
much, yeah. Willie's main job is to make sure the track stays clear and not to send cars if he sees anything on the racing surface.
What do they have down there today? Just burgers?
They got burgers,
Sit
hot
over there,
dogs,
or you can
corn
sit back there, or
dogs.
you can sit in my office, wherever you can find some room.
Do they have wraps?
Probably not.
We're back into the swing of things. For those of you just tuning in, or for those of you who just got here, we cleared the roadblocks going from 1/8 of a mile to 1/4 of the mile, and our racers head off. It was Simran from Chilliwack in his 2023 Tesla, and Richard from Langley in his 95 Honda. Richard getting an 8.60 at 88 miles an hour, and Har at a 9.36 at 81 miles an hour.
So yeah, that pass, I didn't change it to quarter mile, so sorry about that.
Our next bunch of racers are Calveer Dhaliwal and his 2017 Infiniti, going up against Vinny from Surrey in his 2020 Infiniti. We got an infinite fight here as our racers set off. As our racers make it to the end, Vinny makes it with an 11.21 at 121 miles an hour, and Calveer at 22.48 at 46 miles an hour.
We got anyone on 173S?
It looks like an Audi.
Oh no.
It is an Infiniti.
Yep.
We have Shiraz Khan from Surrey in her 2009 BMW,
And that's Infiniti.
going up against an Infiniti in the far lane. Sorry about that, but we're back into the swing of things. For those of you just tuning in, or for those of you who just got here, we went from 1/8 of a mile to 1/4 of a mile, removing the roadblocks.
David in the tower lane, that 2019 Range Rover. He's from Vancouver, going against Jeremy from Abbotsford in his Volkswagen. It's a 2022. Boy, that Range Rover is fast. And here we are to the 1/4 mile. Yay! Thanks to our track officials for getting that barrier back in. 12.86, 110 miles an hour for David. And Jeremy's taken off, timed out of the tree, so unfortunately we can't get him a time.
Next up, we got Wesley from Mission in his 08 3502, going up against Steven from Abbotsford in his 85 Porsche Iconic. Wesley is sponsored by Janty Consulting and Repair as our racers get ready to go up to the tree. Double green on the tree. Racers set off with a couple of pops to kick it off. Steven makes it with a 12.17 at 121 miles an hour. And Wesley at a 14.97 at 94 miles an hour. Next up, we have Nathan from Maple Ridge in his 2021 Nissan with Ashkan from Port.
Nathan and Ashkan here. Nathan in the 2021 Nissan. Ashkan in the 97 Toyota. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get domestics to the lanes, please? Domestics to the lane, and Outlaw, you are on standby. Just a reminder to our new racers, if you need a hand, just put an N on the side of your vehicle, and our starters can give you a hand. A reminder, the speed in the pit is 5 kilometers an hour. Now, I was just out there, and you guys are rocking it around, okay? So please, you need to reduce your speed. There's a lot of children here, and it's the rules, folks. If we see you racing around, you're going to have a little talking to, and you don't want me to come out there, I'll tell you. All right, folks. Lots of racing action here. Back to our quarter-mile racing. Big thanks to everybody who got that dang forklift going.
We got Wengha from Richmond and a 2022 BMW, and Andy from Richmond.
We couldn't read your name, folks, so if you two want to come up after the tower and set us straight. 2022 BMW in the tower lane. Is that a BMW on the other side? I have the only one. So BMW battle 2022 tower side, 2021 Lordco lane. So there it is. It looks like Andy is victorious at 12.1, 315 miles an hour, and Wanga with 14.40, 113. Derek Ballish from Abbey in that 2019 Porsche. Sponsored by 2DB Promotions, going against Lauren Stewart in his 2018 Audi RS3. Whoa.
Audi on the run, but Derek seems to be caught at the starting line. Lauren makes it at a 10.56 at a 131 miles an hour.
Yeah, 131 miles an hour here. Now that we're doing the quarter mile, we can get those real top end speeds. This is happening, folks. The Titanium Strip here. Friday night street legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Derek Ballish from Abbey, he's taken off in that Porsche. Seems like that thing's got a ton of power. Just got to keep your foot into it, my friend. 12.27, 72 miles an hour. Big thanks to all our spectators. It's good to see your smiling faces out here in a beautiful sunshine. I went out there. It's a gorgeous day. Joey, isn't it beautiful out there? I know you were just out there as well.
Yeah, I was out there with a good friend of mine, and we were out to the concessions, but I think I might be a little overdressed for this as I am wearing a flannel suit top. I don't know why I did this, but hey, gotta dress to impress, am I right?
I don't know, man. It's hot. I was out there talking to Mike Enns. He's in that truck there, the black truck, the super hyper, like 2,000 horsepower. And man, he is a cool dude. And I have lots to talk about when his truck comes out. Now, I hope to get out there and say hello to you all. So good to have all you racers out here. A lot of vehicles here tonight, and we have a ton of racing action yet to go. It is only just after 7, and we keep it going until the dew sets in, folks. Glad to see our quarter miles back. This is awesome. I'm excited. Now we can see what these cars really can do. Big thanks to our sponsors, Racing Greed, Mopac Auto Supplies, Mountain View Harley Davidson. Thank you so much for sponsoring this class. Infinity? Are you sure this one's not a Honda? They're both Infinities? All right, a couple of Infinities pulling up here. We've got Richard in the tower side. Don't have the gentleman's name in the Lordco lane. Tower lane takes it a 13.71, 104 miles an hour versus a 13.48 at 102.
This time we got a solo racer coming up. It's Michael Paul and his 89 Toyota. Going up to the starting line. Tree turns green.
Yeah, so this guy's got an N, but maybe they should have the N on the other side so the starter can see it. See how we said if you need help, put an N?
He's got it's on the opposite side.
But maybe it should be on the opposite side.
Go ahead.
So the starter can see it. All right, we have a smart racer here. They needed some direction, so they wrote an N on the side of their car, and they're getting a little help from our starter. You think so? I think it's a drifter?
She knows so.
Yeah, it's a Toyota. I think it's a Christina.
Look at that rear end shake when it took off. You too can race, and you know what? If you are a new racer, seriously, just ask for some help from our starter. They're more than happy to help you out, for sure. A 14.65 at 99 miles an hour. Hey, 99 miles an hour, you guys. That's pretty cool. Calvier and Ashendeep.
The one closest to us.
Ashendeep.
Calvier, that's not right. It's a Camaro.
Ashendeep.
Come here, driving the Camaro.
Calver Dollywall in the tower sign 2017 Infinity going against Mr. Sadu in his 2016 BMW 340i. How do you say this? Ange Deep in the Lordco lane going against Calvier. It's not. Oh, it's not Calvier, it's Camaro. Oh, okay. So we got some double car numbers, so pardon me. $11.60 Ashen Deep. And a 13.32 at 112 for the Camaro.
You can call the word.
Call domestic
We're in domestic.
call outlaw?
No, we were in domestic. I crossed this on the ditch line.
Spectator lane number, please.
Not seeing another. Have you seen like 2 333s come by? Is that how we're catching it, or is it just because the cars matching?
Yeah, and the car is Camaro, not an Infinity.
So far, there's no duplicates. Like there's no 2 tech cards, so it's probably from last week.
Okay.
I mean, you did a good job still catching it.
Oh, we got the 10 to 17.
Simi Valley, right?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Steve Morrison from Simi Valley, California, 2023 Dodge in the tower side. Going against the BMW in the Lordco lane. Double bulbs and green. And they're off. $12.1314 miles an hour on the Lordco lane, and Steve, our friend from California, 15.65, 92 miles an hour. Don't forget to download the app to get your times. I guess we didn't talk about it, but we have a app, and that's how you can get your times. So go to your app store, put in Mission Raceways, download that app, and you can enter in your car number, and all your times will come up.
Next up, we have Darren Weatherby from Maple Ridge driving his 2018 Dodge going up against an anonymous Corvette. Racers are off. Our Corvette friend taking at a 13.62 at 84 miles an hour, while Darren was just behind at a 14.73 at a 94 miles an hour. And up next, we got John Gilby in his Chevy and Dave Pratt from Pitt Meadows at the 69 Camaros.
Look at this, Chevy Chevelle versus the 69 Camaro. Now, these cars are right up my alley, folks. I am of a certain age, and these are two beauties right here. Hopefully see some side-by-side racing. John in the tower side, Dave in the Lordco lane.
Now these are some sweet cars, and they're doing some sweet rides right now.
Oh, I know John Gilby in that Chevelle. He's going to be coming back and trying to take over. I hope those two line up again. 12.77, 114 for Dave in the Camaro. John, a 13.64 at 110 in the Chevelle.
That's awesome.
Like newer models are okay too, but the older ones are not. We got 248.
Is it an S10?
Can you guys let everybody know that the junior street
Thank you, Taya.
tent is set up where Badass Garage usually is?
Okay.
Concession, and they'd like to speak to 13 to 16-year-olds about the program.
Okay. I'll do a whole thing. Quentin Reddener. Quentin Reedner in the tower lane, 1991 a Chevy truck from Abbotsford. That's a Mustang over there, right?
No, it's not.
Going against the Mustang in the Lordco lane. Are all our tech cards in, or?
I don't know if there's more tech, but I put in a big
12.73 at 107 for the Lordco lane. Quinton, a 17.79 at 63. We've got Matt Dawson, Towerside for Mission, 92 Chevy S10 going against Leonard Benke from Mission, his 84 S10. So here we go. 92 versus an 84. Just a reminder, folks, we have the Junior Street tent down there over where Badass Garage usually is by the Pro Shop. They're looking to talk to you if you're 13 to 16 years old. This is the Junior Street Racers. They have a tent up. Go and see them if you're between 13 and 16. They'd love to see you. 14.74 at 85 miles an hour for Dawson, and Leonard a 15.35 at 87. Brad Sutton, Tower Lane in a 72 Buick going against that Firebird in the Lordco lane.
I can make this call.
Clarify up here that we just want to make sure that all racers are not wearing shorts, but rather long pants. I get that it can get pretty hot out there and you just want to soak up that sun, but for safety purposes, we'd like you to keep some pants on. Thank you very much.
All right, you heard it from Joey, folks. You got to wear pants. You just can't race in shorts and flip-flops, my friend. No, no, no. 13.12 at 111 in the Lordco lane of 14.27 for that 72 Buick. Brad is driving. Now, this is Cam Penner in the tower side, sponsored by Raceway Day, going against Dave Lay from Coquitlam. It's an 05 Charger versus a 2013 Dodge with a 345 Hemi. Pretty close race, but this one is going to Dave. In the Lordco lane of 14.11 at 100 miles an hour. 15.14 at 91 for Cam.
We got Tim Wimont from Thornhill driving the 2010 Camaro. And Chris Parks from Chilliwack driving the 2022 GMC. Racers are up. The tree is green. Chris takes it at a 14.46 at 82 miles an hour, and Tim at a 14.16 at 106 miles an hour.
That's Dodge Ford.
Dodge Challenger in the tower lane, going against the big old Ford in the Lordco lane. Solo pass for the Dodge. 13.04 at 107. Just going to reset our timing system for the truck.
So weird, because I didn't do anything different.
Any system? Something's buggy with the system?
So good to see everybody out here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies, your first choice in auto parts and services. Have you ever taken your car to the dyno at Mopac in Langley? That's pretty cool. Find out how much horsepower your car has by taking it to Mopac and trying out their dyno. They can actually tune your car so it goes faster on that dyne. All right, here we go. Look at the lift in that Ford truck. Just having some fun today at the track. You can't blame them. I'd want to know how fast my truck goes too. Little bit of smoke coming out of the truck there at the top end. Stefan Lynn from Langley in the Heisenberg going against Matt Fruce from Vancouver in that 73 Dodge. And look at him go and look at the smoke. Not sure what's going on with that, but Matt at 12.72 at 107, Stefan at 12.45 at 126.
Now I just want to reemphasize here, the pit lanes are back on one way. It should be headed towards the stands, not away. Sounds a little weird, I know, but that's what we got to do here.
Hajima Tower Side going against Jesse Gill from Abbotsford. 11.66 with a 4 at 119 for Mr. Chima. And Jesse Gill a 13.13 at 113. There you go. Great racing action here on the Titanium Strip.
We got Tyra Evazin from Abbotsford, British Columbia in the 1992 Corvette going up against Jeff Liebman, also from Abbotsford. And a 2005 Corvette racers are off, both with precise action times, just neck and neck.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaws, can we get you to the lanes, please? Outlaws, to the lanes.
Jeff takes it at a 12.90 with 105 miles an hour. And Tyra at a 14.87 at 97 miles an hour.
Tower side, we've got a BMW going against the Mustang in the Lordco lane. If there are any more tech cards out there, you'd love to have them in the tower. BMW is off and the Mustang is busy smoking his tires. Looking for that traction, but not getting it until half track at least. But then he just picks it up, folks. 13.10 versus a 14.72 for the Mustang. He almost caught him. But with a reaction time of a second and a half, no wonder he didn't catch him. Owen Carr, Tower Side, 1968 Pontiac, running a 327. Part of the Tyler Card's brother family racing team. Going against Kurt from Chilliwack, sponsored by South Down Garage. Kurt's from Chilliwack, Owen is from Abbotsford. Looks like Kurt's sleeping at the line a little, almost a 2-second reaction time. 12.14 to Kurt, even with a 1.83 reaction time. He takes it. 12.14, 113. Owen at 13.86. Brent Elliott in the 86 El Camino going against Ken Ritchie from Surrey in his 85 Blazer. Boy, that El Camino sure has some get up and go, doesn't it? Brent Elliott at 11.78 at 115. Ken Ritchie at 14.77 at 100 miles an hour. I've got an announcement on the spectator side, which is the Lordco side. If you've parked over there and you're a green GMC license plate RV0777, you need to move your vehicle or we're going to have to tow you. Now, you're in a roped off area. Also, a silver Dodge Ram RJ5363. We need both of you guys to move or we're going to have to tow you. I'm really sorry. It was roped off for a reason. So please, green GMC, license plate RV0777, silver Dodge Ram RJ5363. You're parked in the spectator side in the parking lot in a roped off area, and we need you to move. Thank you very much.
Mustang going up against Larry Kerr from Langley in the 1997 Cobra. Larry gets it at a 12.61 at 121 miles an hour. And our fox-bodied friend with a 14.41 at 94 miles an hour. Just directly after them is Kai Jesseman from Surrey and the 80 Blazer Chevy. And Rex Jasmine from... Sorry, they're both Jessamins. It's brother on, I believe brother, but I might be wrong.
Hey, you can't make assumptions. We had that father-son racing action earlier, so I'm not sure. We'll have to find out from the source.
Let's kick it in, guys. Family on family.
So, the orange Blazer is driven by Kai, and Rex driving that 78 Chev, the blue, in the Lordco lane. 12.24 at 109 miles an hour for Rex in the Lordco lane. 14.39, 95 miles an hour for Kai. Jay Stern from Ladner, BC in this beautiful 1977 Chevy Camaro. He's packing a 400 going against Wesley Martelli from Mission 2006 Dodge Ram 3500, sponsored by Van Tech Consulting and Repair. A 13.14 at 107 miles an hour for the Camaro. A 15.84, 82 miles an hour for Wesley in the Ram truck.
Okay, is that another Mustang in the far side or Camaro?
Kind of looks like a.
Utah Mooney, Tower Lane, 1999 Ford. He's from Coquitlam, going against the convertible Mustang in the Lordco lane. Whoa, smoke the tires and then some rear end shake big time. Love and race into the quarter mile at 12.95, 119 miles an hour for the Mustang. Utah at 18.72 at 72 miles an hour. Rolling into our motorcycle class now, sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson.
We got Steve Abuzini going up against Tom Turand. Steve's driving the 2003 CBR 1100, and Tom's driving his 2017 Suzuki, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports and Boulder Designs. Tom drives a motorcycle called the Kraken.
This monster is badass.
All right, Steve getting a little close to the center line in the top end. An 8.62 at 172. Holy moly, he was motoring. Tom Turand at 8.73 at 155. Was all about the reaction time at 007 for Tom Turand. Great. Keith Schmidt, 2001 Harley Davidson, sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson in the Tower Lane, going against Max Tremblay from Maple Ridge, 2009 Harley. So here's the Harley battle, a little liftoff in the Tower Lane. Don't forget, we've got all sorts of motorcycles at our next race. And that is June the 3rd and 4th with the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. Tons of bikes coming up. Be sure to watch that. 11.89 at 115 for Keith, and Max with a 12.85 at 104.
Attention in the pits, attention to the spits. Sports contact to lanes 1, 2, and 3. Sport contact to lanes 1, 2, and 3.
Charles Evans in the Tower Lane racing that Kawasaki, going against Adam Case in the Lordco lane. Wow. I bet you these guys are practicing for the next race. Look at them go. Whoa. Quarter mile motorcycle racing, 147 miles an hour for Charles, a 9.67, and an 11.98 at 117 for Adam. Chris Leaker, see, I just did it. Leak, there's no ER. Charles Leak, Chris Leak, father, son racing. Dad is in the Lordco lane, you guys. And you know, this is really close. Holy catzola, is Dad taking it. 11.70, 136 miles an hour. Wow. Charles at 12.96 at 106. Man, that's fast. I'll tell you, these motorcycle guys, they got the kahunas. I certainly do not. I was watching the Top Fuel Harley guy at the last race, and everyone in the tower said, you got to go down and check out this Top Fuel Harley. I've never seen one, and they said, you got to go stand right down there. And I did, and holy mow, the power coming off of those things. So again, all sorts of motorcycles coming up. The Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association race, June 3rd and 4th. Going to be a lot of bikes here. And also, of course, our Summit ET Series race. So we'll have all sorts of vehicles, Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro, Hot Rod, and then all of our motorcycles and maybe even the door slammers. I'm not sure. It's going to be a great time. Coming up June 3rd and 4th. So glad to see everybody out there today, all your smiling faces, all you kids out there. I love seeing you. Be sure to check out the Pro Shop and grab yourself some ice cream, candy, or some freezies. I checked out the freezy supply, and they had a lot there. So definitely, I know that I'm going to be going down there to get myself hopefully a purple freezy. Now, Anna says white freezes are the best. But Shelby says green freezies are the best. I've never seen a green freezy, so we might have to have a taste test one day. We're just going to get those freezies and get the kids to tell us which freezy is better. They're going to know. Uh-oh. Pat says blue. We have another white. Oh, man, this is a conspiracy theory. We're going to have a taste test. You kids, you're going to have to let us know. It's going to be all about you at the freezy taste test.
I'm going to have to call it, though, white for me. All the way. If anyone agrees with me, show of hands.
Oh, you traitors.
Traitors?
Nah, I'm joking. But head on down to the Pro Shop, try a freezy, and you can let us know. Let us know on Facebook. You know, I want to know. Inquiring minds. I'm all about the freezies. So get yourself a freezy or a refreshing drink, either at the concession stand or the Pro Shop. I know it's hopefully cooling down a little bit out there for you. It's a gorgeous day. We are so blessed at Street Legals to always have good weather. Awesome. The good mojo from all of you, obviously. So good to see you. All the kids running around. Love to see you. If you'd like to get your kids involved, hey, if your kid is between 13 and 16, they could get involved in the Junior Street program. Now, we often get asked, what does it take to qualify to run in Junior Street? Well, the answer is less than you would think. Racers need to be between 13 and 16 years old. They can race until their 17th birthday. Racers need a parent or guardian in the passenger seat with them while they race. And the best part is racers can use any old vehicle to race in, no special race car needed. Mom's minivan works just great. So if you're between 13 and 16, go and check out the tent down by the Pro Shop. That is where our friends at the Street Legal Junior Street program are with their tent, and they want to talk to you. If you're between 13 and 16, go and talk to them. All right. Outlaw Class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Parts. Darren Price in the Tower Lane. He's from Abbotsford, 1989 Ford Mustang. Going against Karen Christensen in the 1987 Chevy truck. Ford versus Chevy action here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday night Street Legals. A little eager for Karen as she red lights. But Darren's racing to catch her, and 11.06 at 113 for Darren. Karen, red light, but an 11.82 at 89. Raz Van Desan, Tower Side, in that 96 Volkswagen Golf. He's from Maple Ridge, part of Team All Race. going against Dorian Unkovic from Burnaby in his 2008 BMW. And we've been watching the progression of this Razvan's car, and looks like that thing is super hooking up now. 9.66 at 153 miles an hour. Dorian a 10.83 at 127. Woohoo! Jeff H. Towerside for Mission 1970 GMC going against Mike Ans from Mission. That is the gentleman I was just speaking to in the pits. Now, he has taken a 15-year break from drag racing, but now he's back. He has this truck. They're working out the deets and tuning up this truck. I've heard it has 2,000 horsepower. It's totally street, and he takes it on the street. Let's watch this race. There you go, Mike with an 11.04, 125 miles an hour. Jeff with a 12.68 at 102. Now, Mike is doing a race. It's 5 tracks in 5 days. They drive 1,000 miles. So they start off in Cache Creek, and that is pretty darn cool that he can drive that thing on the street and then race it at 5 different tracks. So want to keep your eye out for that. John Verbeek from Aldergrove, 1978 Malibu, going against Clayton Schultz from Coquitlam, a 2019 Dodge Hemi. That one was pretty close, a 12.25 for John versus a 12.22 for Clayton. BMW in the Lordco lane going against Everett Heath from Maple Ridge. He's racing that 72 Chevy. He's got a 364. BMW versus Chevy. And liftoff for Everett. Great pass, an 11.3, 117 miles an hour for Everett. 12 even at 129 with a 5 for the BMW. Tried to catch him, that's for sure. It's Dean Henschke from Surrey, 1968 Mercury going against Brian Hildebrandt, the 86 Ford truck. Look at that thing go. Holy moly. Didn't think that would happen, did ya? 12.40, 107 miles an hour for that big old truck. And Dean a 13.43 at 102. Wow. That was surprising. Tower lane, we've got Robert McLean, 2018 Chevy, going against Tony Brand in the 73 Chevy Nova. I was hoping that Chevy would catch him, that newer one, but he didn't. Tony a 10.40 at 128. Robert an 11.39 at 124. Racing action continuing here. The Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies, your first choice in auto performance parts and service. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Domestics, you are on standby. Domestics, you're on standby. Just a reminder, the speed limit is 5 kilometers an hour. And that means you, mister in the black car. A lot of people walking around. There's a lot of kids out here. So everyone please be aware of 5 kilometer an hour speed limit. Here's Brian Kropp, tower side, going against Jacob Evans. It's the 2018 Golf from Toonzilla in the tower lane. Jacob, sponsored by CWD Performance. Jacob taking it this time at 11.92 versus a 12 straight at 114 for Brian. So 1.06 between those two. Yoshi, tower side, going against Adrian in the Lordco lane. Adrian's from Coquitlam. Yoshi's from Surrey. Adrian at 10.65, 138 miles an hour, you guys. Yoshi an 11.84 at 117. Harsimran Sidhu in the 2023 Tesla Model 3. There's one of my boys. Going against Tyron Frunson in the 2001 Acura. 2023 Tesla. All right. 14.11, 101 miles an hour for the Tesla. 15.35 at 92 for Tyron. Just going to back up these two.
They just backed up these guys. I don't know what he's looking at back down.
I had my first mistake ever, guys. Ever. I had my first burp ever. Sorry, Lily, one sec. Okay.
All right, we got Patrick Nanton from Vancouver driving the 2018 Audi, going up against Shiraz from Surrey in the 2009 BMW. The races are off. The tree is green.
Look at how close this race is. Oh my goodness, they're almost identical at the 1,000. 12.95 at 109 versus 12.88, folks. That's 17th of a second difference. Great race. Hujan Wei, 2017 Audi. He's from Richmond, Tower Lane.
That's weird. So who was the last guy that went?
I don't know, because that wasn't the same number that I put in.
Okay.
Okay, now he's backing him up again.
Is that me, Willie? I'm confused.
Was there one guy we... Was,
The heck? Okay, one second.
this happened twice now.
Big thanks to our sponsors, Racing Greed, Mopac Auto Supplies, and Mountain View Harley Davidson. Thank you so much for sponsoring our classes. And if you would like to sponsor a class with your business, please contact us on Facebook or through our website.
We have an Audi on Audi race. It's Hujan Wei from Richmond driving the 2017 Audi, going up against Patrick Nanton from Vancouver in the 2018 Audi.
And the Lordco lane just launching, and it looks like the tower lane may have timed out or rolled through the tree. We don't have a time for them. Casey Orchin from Abbotsford, 2013 Scion, going against Jared Mueller from Abbotsford, 2015 Scion. Those things are pretty cool. I did wander through the pits and was admiring all the racers' cars. 13.33 at 104 for Jared, 15.38 at 90 for Casey.
Can I have the spectator lane number, please?
Someone sit on their mic.
Really, I need the number, spectator lane. Thank you.
All right, just a reminder that you do need to put your number on the side of your car. Big thanks to our starting staff for putting that number up. If you don't have your number, we don't know who you are.
We have Christo Angelis from Coquitlam and Amir Yassar from Chilliwack driving the 2022
Yeah, it's just.
driving the 2022 Hyundai.
Is this a Mitsubishi, Adams? Yeah.
He's going against the 2014 Mitsubishi in the tower side. Amir even has a mounted camera on that. That's pretty sweet.
Amir takes it at a 1398 at 103 miles an hour, and Christo at a 16.67 at an 85.63 miles an hour.
Here is Harry Whittier from Poco in his Chevy Corvette, going against Richard from Langley in his 95 Honda. Richard Evansko, Lordco Lane, a 13.39 at 110. And Harry with a 13.43 at 109.
See, now this name has come up again.
Yeah, that totally wasn't the same number.
So,
544 in sport compact.
See, it's showing up as the same, but yet.
Maybe ask for the number. Because we can't see the number in Spectate.
No, I
No,
have
we have it.
is this an Audi on the tower side?
That looks like an Infinity.
Go ahead.
All right, a close race here. I do believe it's two Infinities. Very close here. 13.47 for the Lordco lane and a 13.64 in the tower lane. Just another reminder, you guys, you can't wear shorts. You need to have some long pants on. No shorts and flip-flops. We're racers. Got to wear those long pants.
Just say Steven then.
We got Steven coming in from Abbotsford in his 1985 Porsche Kodak, and Jeremy from Abbey in his 2022 VW. Tower lane takes off with Jeremy just a little behind, but the race is still pretty close.
Gotta love those back pressure pops, eh? Wakey, wakey.
That'll wake me up right in the morning. Steven takes it at an 11.36 at 122 miles an hour, and Jeremy at a 12.13 at 112.
What, is this an Audi on this?
Acura in the tower lane going against Jaddy Gill from Vancouver. 2021 Audi RS6, sponsored by Racing Greed. Big thanks to Racing Greed for sponsoring the sports compact class. Jaddy Gill running away with it at 10.62, 132 miles an hour. And the Tower Lane, a 15.73 at 93 miles an hour. Lots more racing action to come, and look who we've got back again. Sandy Patez here in the Lambo. He's from Burnaby. 2005 Gallardo. Derek Balch in the 2009 Porsche. In the Lordco lane, he's from Abbey, part of 2DB Promotions. Backing up Mr. Lambo. Let's see what can happen here, folks. Two fine-looking cars here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Green lights, both of them hitting it. Again, those tires smoking on that Lambo. Wondering if he should start off in a different gear. I know he's going to get that figured out and come back. Derek, an 11.76 for the Porsche, a 13.74 at 105 for Sandeep.
We have Wang Ha and Andy, both from Richmond. Wang Ha driving the 2022 BMW M4, and Andy is driving the 2021 BMW. The tree's green, the BMWs are off. Wang Ha taking it at an 11.56 at 119 miles an hour, and Andy at 13.08 at 114 miles an hour.
Okay, we got nothing here. So Audi tower side?
Yeah, we always say the tower lane first. Yeah.
Always this lane first.
Audi, BMW, you said?
BMW and then Audi.
BMW versus Audi coming up here. The Friday Night Street Legals on the Titanium Strip. What a great day to be out here racing, having some fun. And I hope you're having fun too here watching these guys and cheering them on.
See, that guy's got his window down in the tower side.
Hey Willie, his window's down in the BMW.
Just a reminder, we need your windows up when you're racing, folks. Your windows have to be up. I understand it's hot, but for safety reasons, we need those windows up, please. 12.91 at 108 Tower Lane. And an 18.09 at 79 for the Lordco lane. Jan Baker from Mission in the tower side, sponsored by Charlie Smith Machine Works, going against Lyric Brooks from Coquitlam in the 2007 Lexus. Looks like it's going to be a good race here. They're pretty much neck and neck at the 8th and the 1,000-foot. Wow, 13.93 at 99 for Lyric versus 13.67. That's just 2,800th between those two cars. Jashan Verdi, Tower Lane 2016 Infinity, going against Vinny in the 2020 Infinity. So Battle Infinity here. Jashan Tower Lane, Vinny, Lordco Lane. All right, so what happened there was Vinny lit the two bulbs, and the Tower Lane didn't come up to light the bulbs, so he timed out. So that's why there's no time on the tower side. So remember, we've got some courtesy etiquette. Is one car goes up, lights the bulb, the next car lights the bulb, then the first car lights the second bulb, see, and then we go. Just a reminder that spectators cannot be spectating on the bridge. We need you to move along on the bridge, please. Thank you very much. Chris Geen, 2018 VW Golf Tower Side. He's from Maple Ridge. Cal Verdaliwal in the Lordco Lane 2017 Infinity. Now, I love these Volkswagens because you can chip them right out. Calvera 10.80, 130 miles an hour in this Lordco Lane. 12.45 at 109 for Chris in the Volkswagen. Michael Paul, 1989 Toyota in the Tower Side, going against Ashkan Sharif in the 97 Toyota Chaser. Okay, so those come from Japan, and they drive on the other side. So that's very interesting. Thank you, Anna. Ashkan taking this one, 13.61, 113 miles an hour. And Michael, a 14.72 at 100 miles an hour. Oh, here we go. Jesse Gill from Abbotsford, 2022 Ford Mustang going against Braden's 2018 Camaro. And they're off two good-looking cars right here, neck and neck. Close racing action here at the 1,000-foot. And look at this, 12.87 at 105 for Jesse Gill, 12.79 at 112 for Braden. So just 1,000th of a second there difference. Wow. I think those two should line up again, Jesse Gill and Braden. I think we need a rematch. Just a reminder, we need you to walk across the bridge, not stand there. That's part of the rules. So please, if you're on the bridge right now, I see some people on the bridge. Mr. Red Hat, we'll need you to move along, sir. Dave Lay from Coquitlam, 2013 Dodge, running a 345 Hemi. Going against C. Hookham from Mission and the 2010 Dodge with the 345 Hemi. Here we go. Wow, looks like C. Oh, it's close. 13.18 for C. Hookham. Despite having double the reaction time, he wins. Dave with a 14.24 at 98. Attention in the pits.
You want outlaw, right?
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get outlaws to the lane, please? All outlaw, make your way over to the lanes, please.
Next race, we have Lorenzo Angelari from Pitt Meadows, driving the Ford F-150. And Eric, and I'm sorry if I'm butchering this one, from Mission, driving the 2019 Dodge Red-Eye. Lorenzo is sponsored by Faro Industries. Race goes off. Tree is green.
Eric chasing him right down, despite almost a 2-second reaction time.
Eric takes it at a 12.05, going at 107 miles an hour, while Lorenzo is just behind at 15.73 at 89 miles an hour. Next race we have Steve Morrison from Simi Valley, our California representative in the 2023 Dodge, and Stefan Lin from Langley.
What car is he driving?
No, it just says 2018. Mercedes?
Stefan takes it at a 12.33 at 127 miles an hour, while Steve is just slightly behind at a 15.41, going at 92 miles an hour. Next race we have Cam Penner from Langley, British Columbia in the 2005 Charger, sponsored by Race with Day, going up against Tim Wimont from Thornhill in the 2010 Camaro. Tree is green, racers are off. Tim making speed on Cam and takes it at a 13.28 at 106 miles an hour, and Cam just behind at a 14.85 at 92 miles an hour.
We got eyes on
Chima for Mission 2021 Ford in the Tower Lane, sponsored by GSS Auto Repair. Going against another Mustang in the Lordco lane. However, Haj Chima has got this one taken care of, a 12.09 at 116 versus a 15.03 at 102.
So I should tell the gates to stop selling tech cards.
Wather? Is this Watherspoon it's supposed to be, or? Witherspoon. John Witherspoon.
we got eyes on the 675.
What's Tower Side? Hey, Aguntis, what's Tower Side? Black one. A Mustang and a Challenger? Oh, okay. Mustang and a Challenger.
We got John Witherspoon from Kamloops driving the Challenger, going up against a Mustang.
Nice driving the Mustang.
Sorry, John's driving the Mustang. We got a Challenger doing the cleanest burnout I've seen all day in the audience side.
Maybe we can find out why the 675 is not coming up. It's weird.
Maybe we're just not getting anything from them.
Tree is green, cars are off. Nearly identical times, making waves, but our Challenger friend makes it at a 13.06 at 108 miles an hour, while John got a 13.38 at 108 miles an hour.
Yeah, that one was a close one. I think those two should line up again as well. Very close. 600th of a second difference between those two last cars. Next up, we've got Larry Kerr in the Tower Lane. He's from Langley, 1997 Cobra. Going against Jazz Ray from Surrey in the 88 Fox Body in the Lordco Lane. Just a little bit of track prep before we let these two guys go ahead. So glad to see everybody out here on this beautiful evening here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. This is the Friday Night Street Legals, and this is where you too can race. Bring your car to the next Street Legals, June the 9th. We'd love to have you. Bring your friends, and if you know some Tesla owners, you got to get them out here. Say, come on down. If you bring a helmet, you could be their passenger, as long as it doesn't go too fast. Can go quicker than the 13.99, so maybe not the Tesla. Larry versus Jazz here. Looks like Larry Kerr wanted it more. 12.41 at 118 miles an hour versus a 14.24 at 97 for Jazz.
We have Kurt Northup from Chilliwack driving the 2020 Ford, sponsored by Shutdown Garage, going up. Sorry, not Shutdown, Southdown Garage, going up against Brett Elliott. Brett comes in from Pit Meadows in the El Camino 86. Both racers are off. Brent at an 11.75 going at 116 miles an hour, while Kurt got a 12.02 at 113 miles an hour.
And you know, they were dead even, Joey, at the 8th mile there. 7.6, 7.5, but that El Camino just turned it on in the top end. So wow, that thing's amazing. Chris Parks here on the tower side. He's from Chilliwack, 2022 GMC truck, going against Yuta Mooney from Coquitlam, the 1999 Ford truck. Chevy GMC versus Ford here. You know, I should pull out my 2018 Toyota Corolla and race Muta there. I know he'd probably beat me, but wouldn't that be fun? Chris Parks, a 15.04 at 65 miles an hour. Utah, an 18.62, 70 miles an hour. Oh, here comes Rex Jessamine Towerside, 78 Chev, going against Kai Jessamine in the 80 Blazer. Both these guys from Surrey. We're not sure if they're brothers or if they're father-son. Would sure love to know. If someone knows them, come up to the tower and let us know. I do recognize the name. Oh, it looks like Rex rolled through the tree. So no time for Rex Jessamine. Kai, a 14.59, 92 miles an hour.
We have Brad Sutton from North Vancouver driving the 72 Buick, and Owen Carr from Abbotsford driving the 68 Pontiac.
Sponsored by Accomplishments.
Well, let's just say this is a part of the Tyler Cars Brother family racing team.
Just say it's from that.
Yeah, it's kind of typed out wrong, but you can figure it out.
So it's from the Tyler Cars Brother car.
So they're a part of the Tyler Cars Brother.
Owen is a part of the Tyler Cars Brother family car racing team. The tree's green, the racers are off. They seem neck and neck.
Identical times at the 1,000 foot, you guys. 11.58, 11.58 at 1,000. It goes to Owen, a 13.90 versus a 13.94, folks. That is 4,000th of a second difference. Holy moly.
So that's a Mustang in the far, the convertible?
Mustang.
Or what was that thing in the...
We have a Mustang in the Lordco lane going against Jay Stern from Ladner in his 1977 Chevy Camaro. I remember having one of those, folks, back in the day. Great race here. These guys neck and neck, too. Looks like the Mustang pulling away, though, after the 8th mile at 12.07, 122 for the Mustang, 13.90 at 91 for Jay Stern.
Okay, so that's not Firebird again.
Firebird and K.
929 isn't coming up either.
Camaro.
Is it a Firebird or a Camaro?
Camaro Tower side. Not sure why your name isn't coming up, sir. Going against K. Sharma from Mission in the 02 Ford in the Lordco lane.
All good? We're good?
Oh yeah, we just have different numbers.
Hi, Day.
Yeah, this is turning into a great race here too. Dead even at the 8th, dead even at the 1,000-foot. Oh, wow. A 13.08 for Tower Side, a 13.52 for K. Sharma. We got some close racing action here at the Titanium Strip. Friday night street legals where you can race, folks. Where you can race whatever you got. Minivan, SUV, trucks. We had a truck come here with a full toolbox on the last street legals, and he did pretty darn good. Race what you brung. It is the Mopac Street Legals for only $50. You can get pass after pass. We race until the dew sets in, folks. So glad to see everybody out here. Be sure to get on over to the concession stand and grab something to eat. It's getting to be past dinner time. It's past dinner time, Joey.
Depends. Dinner time could be a little late for anyone. For instance, I didn't have dinner last night till 9:45 because I was a little lazy.
Be sure to say hi to Clara when you go to the concession stand. She was our Employee of the Year last year. Congratulations to Clara. Also, Caitlin and Caitlin in the pro shop. They have freezies, ice cream, candy, hats, t-shirts, and more. All the cool stuff at the pro shop. Be sure to visit the Junior Street tent over by the pro shop. If you're between 13 and 16, you should mosey on over there. They'd like to talk to you. If you'd like to get your kids involved in racing, we have a class for them, boy. We have racers from 6 and up. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, and Junior Street. Those are our junior classes, and we have a ton of kids. If you'd like to get your kids involved, just let us know. Join the Facebook page. All of the juniors have their own Facebook page. Junior Lightning, Junior Street, and the Juniors Thunder. All of the juniors. Anyway, we want you to get involved. It keeps the kids out of trouble. Family racing is where it's at, folks. These kids will be begging you to mow the lawn and to mop the floors just so they can get a few bucks to put into their race truck. Oh, look at this. Here is a junior racer right now. What's your name?
Alex,
Hi, Alex. And what kind of race car do you race?
junior dragster.
Junior dragster. Holy moly. And what is your favorite part about racing?
Everything.
Everything? Do you like going really fast?
Yeah.
And have you won any trophies?
Yeah.
Really? What kind of trophy?
Championship.
You won a championship? You're a championship race car driver?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Amazing. Well, congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
And do we have another junior racer here? Come on over here, son. What's your name?
Jack.
You're Jack. Are you guys the Green Brothers? Part of the Green Brothers racing team? You're famous. And what do you like about racing?
Everything.
Everything. Do you like going fast too?
Yeah.
And have you won a trophy yet?
Yeah.
What kind of trophy did you win? A big one?
2 second place.
2 second places. Holy cow. High five to you. High five to you. Congratulations. We have junior racers in the tower. Get your kids involved. These kids are absolutely amazing. Congratulations, you guys, and good luck on all your next races. Fist pump. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Thanks, you guys. Wow. I didn't know we've had such famous people in the tower.
Goes to show that talent doesn't really mask the age. You could really just be as young as these guys up here, and you guys could be smoking all your opponents down here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park.
Now, one day I'm going to be announcing those Green Brothers. They're going to be in Hot Rod. I just know it. I just love those kids. Anyways, as I said, we do have a class for you. 6 and up. Get them started young.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're calling in motorcycle. Motorcycle to lanes 4 and 5. Motorcycles to lane 4 and 5. That means they're going to be putting Sport Compact on standby.
Just want to thank our sponsors. Thank you to Racing Greed, Mopac Auto Supplies, and Mountain View Harley Davidson for sponsoring our classes at this Friday night Street Legals. Don't forget, our next Street Legals is June the 9th, and that's where you can bring your car. Come and have some fun on the track. Thank you for racing with us on the strip and not on the street. That's why Street Legals was developed, you know. Yeah, it was because they said, you know, we're providing a service, not just for Mission, but for the entire GVRD. If we save one life because one kid comes out here because they don't want to illegally race in the streets, then it's worth it. Street Legals all started in 1987 at Mission Raceway, and night races started in 2001. So what I suggest you do, racers, just get all of your racing yayas out now and have a nice, safe drive home, because unfortunately, I live in Surrey, and I've seen some things on my way home, folks. I've seen quite some speeds out of some cars I recognize, and that really makes me sad. So please, on your way home, respect the speed limit. There's no need to go through Silverdale doing 140. It's just unacceptable, and I don't like it. So please, everybody, get it all out here on the track where you're supposed to.
Tell that to some people in my school zone. Seriously, finding traffic there's a nightmare, so they want to rush through that. But seriously, we want to thank you all for coming out here at such a late hour, and we hope you're enjoying the drag races here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park.
Nah, it's not a late hour. We're going to be racing into the dark until the dew sets in, my friend. We got lots of racing action yet to come.
Is motorcycle next or outlaw?
Outlaw coming up next, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Then we'll be moving into our motorcycle class, sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson. Some of our bigger races coming up, of course, we've talked about the Summit ET race, June 3rd and 4th, and that is involving the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Race Association. So June 3rd and 4th, that's coming next weekend. We're going to have a ton of motorcycles here, Joey.
Oh, yeah, we are. It's a dream of mine, seeing all them bikes on the road. We also can't forget, coming in June 29th to July 2nd, we have the Door Wars 11.
Okay, so what's going on right now?
They're spraying.
I just see these little guys are doing something down here. They're picking a number.
Oh, there was, I think we were doing some sort of contest for one drag racer. Invited down to Seattle.
All right, just a quick spray of the track, doing a little track prep. We'll get back to racing action in our outlaw class. Now, we were being quiet because I think they were doing a draw in front of the tower for which junior is going to head down to Pacific Raceways, or could be, or something. So wouldn't that be cool? I know that I'm heading down a Pacific Raceways for the big old race in July. I've never been to the bad boy one. So that's going to be super cool. Maybe I'll get to see Brittany Force. I know, she is, you know, I'm adopted. And as I grew up, I was like, John Force has to be my dad. Or Dennis Anderson, of course, from Monster Truck fame, Gravedigger. It had to be one of the two. But no. Unfortunately, didn't happen.
Like to go back. On June 29th to July 2nd, we have the Door Wars 11 presented by the Titanium Strip. You don't want to miss out on that if you're a hardcore racing fan like I am. June 29th to July 2nd, the Door Wars 11 presented by the Titanium Strip. Now, unfortunately, there was the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association race, but that was canceled due to the lake having some debris in it. Now, like you, I'm mainly upset. However, we are looking at getting that rescheduled. So don't be afraid to get on that beach, kick up, toes up, and get ready for a fun day of drag boats. I'd also like to just give a thanks to all of our people watching our live stream at Lordco TV, and for those listening in on 92.7 FM, broadcasting here from Mission Raceway Park at the Titanium Strip. Thank y'all for tuning in, and I hope to hear back from y'all soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back into the swing of things. Moving into our outlaws after the road was just cleaned. And what a clean burnout. We got Raz Van de Sand from Maple Ridge driving the 96 VW Golf, and Everett Heath from Maple Ridge as well driving the 72 Chevy. Raz Van's participating for Team All Race. Trees green, the racers set off. Razvan makes a comeback after the slow starting time at a 9.40, going 158 miles an hour, and Everett at 11.29 at 117. We got John Verbeck from Aldergrove and the 1978 Malibu going against Tony Brand from North Vancouver, driving the 73 Chevy. The burnouts are coming, the smoke is a-rising, and the racers are getting ready. Honestly, this is a dream match for me. Malibu and Chevys, superb. The Nova and the Malibu set off into the sunset, going straight down towards that 4th mile. But the Malibu takes it at 11.59, going 117, and Tony just a little behind at 13.69 at 71 miles an hour. We got Steve Sheffer going against Clayton Scholes. Clayton's from Coquitlam, and Steve's driving the 69 Chevy Firebird, and Clayton's driving the 2019 Dodge Hemi. Trees lighten up. Goes green, racers set off. Identical reaction times, just hundreds of seconds off. Neck and neck, but Steve takes it at 11.90, going 108 miles an hour, while Clayton's just behind at a 12.26, going 113. We got Ryan Hildebrandt from Abbey and Jeff H. from Mission. Ryan's driving the 1986 Ford, and Jeff's driving the 1970 GMC Chevy. We got a truck-on-truck race going on down here. Racers are at the ready.
They're just checking the track because there's a lot of smoke
We're just going to take a moment here. Smoke was rising. We got red lights flashing. Means we just got to do a brief checkup just before we get back to the race. Yet again, it's Ryan and Jeff.
Safety first here on the titanium strip at Mission Raceways. Big thanks to our track officials keeping everybody safe out here today at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. I just stepped outside and I was hanging at the fence with you guys all anonymously, and boy, Razvan, his vehicle is loud, hey? It goes pop, 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 and then it goes, and I've heard that in high-performance engines before, some kind of something that builds the power, but wow, that thing is loud. As well as a bunch of those cars in Outlaws, those Novas. Very cool to be out there hearing that. Up here in the tower, we don't hear that. I guess that's probably fortunate for you, so you don't hear it on our microphones, but wow. So good to have you out here, and I see a lot of people videoing, so be sure to post that on the YouTube and on the Facebook so we all can see it. Tag it, Mission Raceways.
Post your videos on the interwebs. Would be rather interesting to see how these races unfold, but you can also view these at our YouTube live streams. We're also live streaming on Lordco TV and also on 92.7 FM to our little radio listeners out there. Thankfully, y'all are still supporting us, even though you're not here in person, but hey, love y'all the same. Thanks for tuning in.
And yeah, all you live stream, we hope to see you out there, and yes, we understand you can't see the tree. And we're working on raising that camera up. It's quite high. We need the right equipment to do so. So hopefully Valley Tech Productions will give us a hand and we'll move that camera up for you. Just getting to that time of the day where the sun is just beating down on these drivers, and it gets real nice just in a few moments when that sun goes down past those trees, and then we start really rocking. Cooler it gets, the faster the cars go. It's just the way it works with oxygen molecules and engines. Again, I'm a college student. I'm not going to get into it. Joey, I know one day you're going to learn about this kind of stuff.
Trust me, I've already had my fair share of this. School has fed me an earful. If I have to hear one more bit about how the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, while I'm watching these amazing racers do their stuff, it would be...
Don't even get me started about nerves and axons, okay? Anyways, we're just dorking out here. How old are you anyway, Joey?
Well, for those of you wondering, despite the fact I have the voice of like a balding 40-year-old man, actually 16, still a high school student.
You're 16? Oh my goodness. I am a 50-year-old woman here with a 16-year-old. Beautiful. Glad to have you on board.
50?
Easy now, my son. You're still in slapping range.
No, I'm not saying that with offense. I'm saying that with shock.
Thank you. 1973, yeah, it was a good year. Good year for Novas, good year for wine. And, here I am.
Good year for basically everything.
That's right. And it looks like we're just getting finished up here with our track officials. All right, red lights are off. Time to start racing. Ryan Hildebrandt's Towerside 1986 Ford truck. He's from Abbotsford, going against Jeff H. from Mission in the 1970 GMC, packing a 383 double green.
It's a truck-on-truck fight. Reaction times are nearly identical, just off by tenths of a second. It's neck and neck at the quarter-mile mark, but Ryan takes it at a 12:35 at 108 miles an hour, and Jeff at a 12.78 at 104 miles an hour. Now we got a solo racer coming up ahead.
Dean Henschke, solo pass, 1968 Mercury. Got a 289. Huh. 13.77, 98 miles an hour. Moving into our motorcycle class now. Don't forget, next race we have the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Race Association coming. Their race, June the 3rd and 4th. Steve Abuzini, Towerside 2003 CBR, going against Adam Case from Hope in his 2021 KTM.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're calling on Sport Compact. Sport Compact lanes 1 to 4. And that means we're going to put domestic on hold, on standby. That's right, Sport Compact to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, and domestic on standby.
Steve Abuzini versus Adam Case, our first two motorcycles in the motorcycle class. Steve launching, getting pulled a little bit toward the center line. And he had to let out of it. 11.94 for Adam Case at 116. Motorcycle classes brought to you by Mountain View Harley Davidson.
Our next race is Tom Duran from Maple Ridge, driving the 2017 Suzuki. Sponsored by Daytona Motorsports and Boulder Designs, driving his motorcycle, the Kraken. Going up against Charles Evans from Abbotsford, BC, driving the Kawasaki. Trees lighten up. The light goes green. The racers are off. Tom taking off with a beautiful reaction time.
Charles getting real close to that center wall.
And Tom making it at an 8.64 at 156 miles an hour, while Charles is just behind at a 9.52, going 147 miles an hour. We're now moving on to Charles Leak from Chilliwack, driving his Kawasaki, and Chris Leak from Chilliwack, driving his Kawasaki.
This is that father-son racing team here. The son's in the tower lane. Dad's in the Lordco lane. Dad took the last pass. Who will it be this time?
Dad get the head start, son just behind, but he's making way.
Got to get the son to work on his reaction time a little, and he'll get us, Dad. 10.79, 139 miles an hour for Dad. Chris Leak. Charles of 13.42 at 110. Here we have Keith Schmidt from Maple Ridge, 2001 Harley, going against Max Tremblay from Maple Ridge, 2009 Harley. So it's the Battle Harley here. Keith sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson, I'd assume, who are sponsoring this whole class. Big thanks to Mountain View Harley Davidson.
Keith Schmidt making it at an 11.87, going 117 miles an hour. And Max just tailing behind at a 13.01, going 104 miles an hour.
Okay, who's this guy? Sorry. Need to get him some painter's tape.
Sean Heistad? Yes. We got Sean Heistad, a mission representative.
2022 something. Is it Kawasaki? Is green mean Kawasaki?
Driving the 2022 Kawasaki. Down the lane, the tree is green. Makes it down at an 11.85 at 124 miles an hour.
Moving on to Sport Compact.
We're moving on to the Sport Compact now. Racers, when you're ready, to the starting line.
So glad to see everybody out there now that the sun has went down a bit. All our eyes can see these race cars now, as well as the drivers. I'm sure they're real happy too that sun's went down. Lots of racing action here to come. Big shout out to all you kids out there. Hey kids, hope you're having a good time. So nice to see all the kids, all the parents, everybody out here today spending your evening with us here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Friday night street legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Always a great time.
We got our first race of the Sport Compact. It's Brian Kropp from Surrey, British Columbia, driving the 2018 Golf. Sponsored by Toonzilla, pardon me, going up against Richard from Langley in his 95 Honda. The tree is green. The racers are off. Both little neck and neck, but Brian takes it at an 11.95, going 115 miles an hour. Richard just behind at a 13.21 at 110 miles an hour. We got Jaddy Gill from Vancouver, driving her 2021 Audi, sponsored by Racing Greed, a sponsor of this, believe it or not. And now we have Adrian Sausenik from Coquitlam, driving his 2018 E36. The tree is green. The racers are off. Neck and neck, nearly identical. Couldn't tell them apart even if I wanted to.
So close, right up to the 8th mile, and then Adrian just had a little bit more, 10.11, 141 miles an hour, folks. Jaddy at 10.56 at 132. Is Naj and Ashandeep Sidhu. The 2019, not sure, maybe they were both BMWs. 11.51, 119. For Ansteep and Naj, a 12.07 at 115. Tyron Frenson in the Tower Lane going against Shiraz Khan. Tyron's from Abbotsford, 2001 Acura going against Shiraz in his 2009 BMW. Decided at the tree pretty much. Shiraz with a much better reaction time. And you just can't recover from that. A 14.08 at 105 and Tyron with a 15.08 at 91. Tyron had a 1.4 second reaction time, so decided at the tree. Jacob Evans, 2019 Audi in the Tower Lane, sponsored by CWD Performance. Christo Anglias from Coquitlam in the 2004 Mitsubishi, or Lancer, yeah. It looks like Christo rolled through the tree. Something happened, no time for him, but Jacob at 12.34 at 114. Ranu Albarastini from Surrey in the Tower Lane going against Amir Yasser in his 2022 Hyundai. Wow, lots of power there in the Tower Lane. Just slightly ahead at the 1,000 foot. And yes, Ranul is going to take it at 12.79 versus Amir's 14.29 at 103. Wanga from Richmond, 2022 BMW Tower Side, going against Yoshi from Surrey in his Audi. Pretty close at the 8th mile here, but it looks like Wanga's taking this one at 11.44 at 119 versus an 11.85, folks.
We got Felix Olariu from Burnaby with his 1990 VW Jetta going up against Miles Walsh from Coquitlam, driving his 93 VW. A battle of the VWs looks rather interesting. The tree's lit up, the light is green, the racers
problems
sputter
with
out.
Felix. What is happening there? Miles just taking off. Well, that's too bad. We'll have to get him out of the way. Felix having some issues at the start there with his Jetta. Miles, a 17.80 at 86 miles an hour. Street legal's always a good time. This is where you can be a racer. Dear friend always bragging that his car's faster than yours and his car's all that, and you know that he's wrong. This is where you come. This is where you come, folks, to get it settled. Grudge matches happen here at the Mopac Street Legals. June 9th is our next race. Be sure to come on out and do a little racing against your bragging friends.
My best wishes to Felix. Hope all goes well with you, my friend. Our next race is Lyric Brooks from Coquitlam, driving the 2007 Lexus, going up against Lauren Stewart from Port.
Could be Port Moody, could be Port Coquitlam.
Driving the 2018 Audi. The racers are lined up. Burnouts done.
Lexus versus Audi here. What do you think, folks?
Staring down that sunset, the tree is green. The racers are off. Lauren taking off.
He's like, bye-bye.
Lauren is having none of that with a 10.66 running at 129 miles an hour. Lyric behind at a 13.94 at 99. Well done to those racers.
Got a 1735.
Is it Audi or BMW?
1730.
Jared Miller in his 2015 Scion going against Jashan Verdi in his 2016 Infinity. Now, despite, Jashan had a 2.2 second reaction time, folks. A 13.39 from Jared will take it, and a 12.06 for Jashan.
We got Chris Geen from Maple Ridge driving his 2018 VW Golf, going against Andy in his 2021 BMW.
Whoa, looks like a wild ride for Andy. Now, if you look here, our live stream audience can really see it. Just veered right off to the left there. Wow, sharp left turn. That would have been scary for him.
However, Chris gets a 12.31 at 110 miles an hour and Andy with a 16.40 at 104. We have Sandeep Patez from Burnaby in his 2005 Colorado going up against Derek Bush from Abbey in his 2019 Porsche.
So what we're really saying is, yo, it's the Lambo in the Porsche, man. And this is going to be awesome because this Lambo, he has so much power. He just has to transfer that power into some traction and he's going to be gone. Gonzos, folks.
We're just doing a quick clean here. Only take a few minutes while our competitors are getting ready in the burnout box. Now, I just want to know, Chrissy, right before this race starts, what are your plans for the rest of the evening after this?
Well, I've got a research paper that has kept me up since midnight every night this week, so probably what's going to happen in my no life. Right, here we go, Lambo. Oh, man. Problems at the line, dumping the clutch, something. Wow. Chasing after him, though. But that's not going to happen this time. An 11.05 for Derek Sandeep with a 13.57. He's just figuring that thing out, man. I would be doing the same thing if I was him and I had a Lamborghini. I'd be right here working it out. Acura in the tower lane going against Andy from Richmond. All right, I think something was up with Andy there. He launched, he had some hard shifts. Something was going on. So he definitely let out of it, and that's what we want. Tower side of 15.43 at 93. And we're just waiting for Andy. Hopefully he didn't hurt anything too badly as he limps off the track there. Casey Orchin in the Scion, 2013 Scion from Abbotsford, going against Patrick Nanton from Vancouver in his 2018 Audi. All right, just looking at the top end, and I'm not sure what's going on with Andy up there. Hopefully he can make his way off the track. We're going to have to get our track officials to check out if we can give Andy a hand. Remember, racers, if you're having a problem, we need you to pull over to the side of the track. We want you to get out of the groove. So if you're leaking any fluids, we don't want that on the racing surface, because that causes big troubles and big delays. So hopefully, oh, there he goes, making it down at the top end. All right, hopefully he didn't hurt his ride too much. We all know these are the rides we drive home in. So back to racing action here. It's Casey in the Scion going against Patrick in the Audi. Patrick's like, I got the power. Do, 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 do. See, I need another Red Bull, clearly. 11.11 at 123 for Patrick, 15.35 at 90 for Casey.
We got Cole coming in from Vancouver, driving his 2011 Infiniti, going up against Kevin from Vancouver with a 2010 Infiniti. It's Infinity on Infinity as the tree goes green.
Real close, folks.
Neck and neck at the 1/8 mark, but barely, just tenths of seconds off. Kevin takes it at a 13.32 at 104 miles an hour, and Cole at a 13.50 at 104 miles an hour. Real close race there.
Our Shimron Sadhu, and from Chilliwack in that 2023 Tesla, and he's gonzos, but look this tower side. I'm not sure who he is coming out of nowhere, but dang, 148 miles an hour. Was that another Tesla? Was that my bro? Oh, man.
The Tesla fam is back. I repeat, the Tesla fam is back. Our next race here, we got Parveen Sandhu from Abbotsford, driving the 2008 BMW, going up against Calvir Dhaliwal in the 2017 Infiniti. Finally, it's my people now.
I was chugging a Dr. Pepper, so I missed that last one.
The tree goes green, and Calvir takes off, but Parveen seems to be stuck at the tree. Calvir making it towards the end at a 12 exact at 85 miles an hour. As Parveen takes off, but we won't get a time for him since they missed the tree.
Okay, so what kind of cars in the... Do you have a name, first name? Okay.
BMW in the tower lane going against Ashkan Sharif. All right, it looks like the tower side must have rolled through or timed out, one of the two. No time for you, sir. 13.38, 112 miles an hour for Ashkan.
We got Steven Tarrison from Abbotsford driving his 85 Porsche, going up against Vinny from Surrey with a 2020 Infinity. The tree goes green. The racers are off. It's neck and neck. Exactly. Wow, that was close. But Steven takes it at an 11.29 with 122 miles an hour, and Vinny at an 11.35 at 120. Just mere thousandths of seconds off from each other. That was insane.
All right. Michael Paul, Towerside, going against Jan Baker, sponsored by Charlie Smith Machine Works in Port Kells. Michael sleeping at the line a little, a 1.6 second reaction time. So Jan handily makes it a 13.22 at 105 versus a 13.94 at 101.
Domestic to lanes? Okay, you guys have these guys first.
Oh, please don't mention sleep. I might pass out here. But nevertheless, we have Hu Jan Wei from Richmond with a 2017 Audi going up against Jacob Davies from Surrey with a 2010 Audi. Audi on Audi fight. The tree is green. The racers are off. With Hu Jan in the tower lane making waves. But Jacob catches up, making it neck and neck. Jacob takes it at a 12.29 at 118 miles an hour, and Hu Jan at a 12.67 at 108 miles an hour.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get domestics to the lanes, please? Domestics to the lanes. Outlaw, you are on standby.
What's the far thing? BMW again?
There you go. Fixed it.
Next up, we have Jeremy from Abbey driving his 2022 VW, going up against Simran from Abbotsford with a 2003 Lexus. Light tree goes green, and Jeremy takes off. The dude just wants to go. Gets a 12.01 at 113 miles an hour, while Simran gets a 15.62 at 90 miles an hour.
Nathan Vren from Maple Ridge, 2021 Nissan GTR. Calls it MVS. And I am envious. Look at that thing go. Holy moly. Kind of sleeping at the line, almost a 2-second reaction time, but a 10.70. So that car can do some times. We just got to work on his reaction time.
Is it bad that I just got the name?
You're going to see some very interesting last names. You know what my last name used to be before I actually got smart and got married and changed it? It's Cellier. Right?
Cellier?
Right. It's Cellier. Exactly. You'd never get it in 1,000 years. There's no Celliers. And you know what? It makes it real easy to get an email address. But luckily, I got married at 44, and now my last name is Anderson. So much easier.
For all you kids out there, you remember that show about those weird fairies? There was this one teacher called Mr. Crocker. Yeah, that's me.
You being 16, I'm not sure I can relate to whatever you're talking about fairies, but it's all good. It's all good. All domestics, you should be in the lanes or heading to the lanes. Domestics, to the lanes, please. Friday Night Street Legal is brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies, your first choice in auto performance parts and services. Big thanks to Titanium Auto Group. This is the Titanium Strip, and they are a big sponsor. So big thanks to everybody at the Titanium Auto Group. Be sure to add yourself to their Facebook page. They're constantly giving away cash and even tickets to Mission Raceways and the bigger races. They're also giving away a 2006 GT Mustang that's getting turned into a race car. So hello, go over there, add yourself to that Facebook group, and make sure you're adding Mission Raceway as well. Our absolute star social media lady, her name's Jessica. and keep informed with all of the races and all the important events going on. She keeps us all informed. I wouldn't even know what races I'm supposed to be at if it wasn't for Jessica. You're awesome, Jessica. Also, big thanks to Valley Tech Production Group for all your help with our sound, video, Lordco TV. Just about everything. They are amazing. We're not sure what we would do without them. Moving into our night racing here. The lights are on. It's getting nice and cool out. Good to see you all out here having a good time with us. I don't think there's a better way to spend a Friday evening than here with us at Mission Raceway, especially with this gorgeous view of the river. Wow, did you know the river looked like that right behind us? I'm sure they cleared it for the Fraser Valley boat drags, but unfortunately it got canceled. But they are rescheduling, and I just can't wait to see those boat drags and sit on the beach. I actually went right over there, and you're almost to the water. It's like very cool over there. I might just have to like hang out there in suntan and stuff one day. Awesome. Anyway, June 3rd and 4th, we've got our ET Series race 6 and 7 along with the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. So lots of motorcycles, if that's your thing, along with the ET Series. So all sorts of cars and a ton of motorcycles this coming up weekend. Next weekend, I guess, June 3rd and 4th.
Starting off, we have Larry Kerr from Langley driving his 1997 Cobra, going up against Kurt Northup from Chilliwack driving his 2020 Ford, sponsored by the South Down Garage. For our first late night race, the tree is lighting up. The light goes green, and Kurt make waves. Does not even flinch at the green. However, it's neck and neck at the fourth, but Kurt makes it at a 12.21 at 113 miles an hour, and Larry at a 12.40 at 121.
Just 0.6 of a difference between those two cars. Hope that they will get to line up again, Larry and Kurt. Costa's in the tower side in 1984 Camaro, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tires. He's the owner. Going against Owen Carr in the 68 Pontiac. He's from Abbotsford, part of the Tyler Carr's brother family racing team. Owen with a 14.06, 96 miles an hour. Costa 17.81 at 81.
We got Jeff Leithman from Abbotsford and Darren Weatherby from Maple Ridge driving the 2018 Dodge.
You need to take a break. Just let us know. It's all good. It's hard. You feel your voice.
Carrying on here, racing action in the domestic class. Jeff taking this one, a 13.01 at 105. Darren, a 14.63, 94 miles an hour. In the tower lane, we've got Brent Elliott. 1986 Chevy El Camino going against Rex Jessamine in that 78 Chev. Wow, here we are. Very close, folks. $11.72 for Brent, a 12.22 for Rex. They were neck and neck right up to the 1,000-foot, folks. Camaro in the Lordco lane going against Chris Parks from Chilliwack in that 2022 GMC truck. Bulbs are lit, double green. Truck takes off way before the Camaro. That Camaro's like, no, bro, settle down. And he'll take it. 12.27 at 97 miles an hour. Chris with a 13.94 at 96. Got the Challenger in the Tower lane going against John Witherspoon from Kamloops in the 2017 Mustang, Shelby Mustang. Challenger 13.63 at 107. John a 13.99 at 114. Lorenzo Angileri in the Ford F-150 sponsored by Faro Industries going against David from DeRoche. 1978 F-250 with a Cummins. Look at him rolling coal. $15.94 for Lorenzo, a 17.16 for David. Yellow Corvette Tower side going against Tito in his 2008 Jeep. Oh, he calls it the daddy daycare. So you race what you brung, and here he is bringing daddy's daycare. He's packing it with kids during the day, and at night he turns into a superhero drag racer. Just having some fun. That's what we're all doing here at Friday Night Street Legals. And look at Daddy Daycare. He's giving her. Doesn't have the kids in the car. Okay, he's got some bragging rights, okay? Daddy Daycare just beat the Corvette. 14.06, 83 miles an hour. Corvette was trying to get him 14.71 at 113. Just didn't happen. Cam Penner in the Tower Lane. He's from Langley in the 05 Charger. Sponsored by Race with Day. $15.25 and 91 miles an hour for Cam. Just a reminder, we need you to turn your headlights on. We're getting into night racing. Turn your headlights on, please, racers. Don't forget, we're broadcasting live at 92.7 FM. Big old howdy to our live stream viewers. We hope to see you down here soon. See your smiling face, hanging out with everybody out here. Big thanks to all our spectators hanging out with us. 9:15, lots of racing action yet to come. Matt Dawson in the Tower Lane, he's from Mission. Got a 92 Chevy S10s going against Ken Ritchie, his 85 Blazer. Ken really wanted to race in, he goes red. So it goes to 15.10, 97 miles an hour. Matt Dawson, since Ken Ritchie red lit. Jesse Gill, tower side. Haj Chima. Looks like Jesse spinning those tires something fierce. Trying to chase him down, but it's too late. A 12.83 for Haj Chima, 118 miles an hour. Jesse, 14.16. The cooler it gets, the more oxygen getting into those motors, so these cars run a little differently. I think some of our racers are finding that out now. Lots of power in some of these cars. Just getting that power into traction on the racetrack, that is the key, folks. Big shout out to all the kids out there today. Hey kids, hope you're having a good old time. Hope you got yourself an ice cream or a freezy from the pro shop. Our domestic class sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Eric Rosingven from Mission, 2019 Dodge Red Eye, going against Brad Sutton in his 72 Buick, running a 455. Bulbs are lit double green. Brad is off. A big old reaction time for Eric, and he's chasing him down. Can he do it? He does it. Even with a 2.16 reaction time, he gets an 11.67 at 122 for Eric. Brad, a 13.97. Quinton in the tower lane going against Leonard. He's from Mission 84 S10. Quinton's got a 1991 Chevy. Quinton Redner in the tower lane. Leonard Benke in the Lordco lane. It's going to Leonard this time, 16.61, 68 miles an hour. Quinton is 17.56 at 70 miles an hour. C. Hookham, he's in that Dodge on the tower side going against the Camaro that his name doesn't come up. There's either he's holding on to his tech card, he's written the number wrong, or not sure. So if you know that guy, send him up to the tower so we can figure it out. C. Hookham taking a 13.15, 105 miles an hour versus a 13.37. So very close there.
Yes, thank you.
2100th of a second difference. Tyra Evanson in the tower lane, 92 Chevy Corvette going against Braden in the 2018 Camaro. Braden at 12.93 at 110. Tyra, 14.65 at 95 miles an hour. Lordco lane, we've got a Mustang spinning away. Jazz Ray in the tower lane in the 88 Fox body. He's from Surrey. Oh, and it looks like the Mustang did catch up, a 14.04 versus a 14.56. Unbelievable. All that spinning, he finally got traction and caught up to him. Amazing. Wow. A Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you are now flying a drone, you need to ground that drone right now. Please, you need to pull that drone in, rein that baby in and ground it because we can't have a drone flying around here. Sorry, you need a permit for that. So we really don't want to get in trouble. So Dave Lay from Coquitlam 2013 Dodge in the tower lane going against Jay Stern from Ladner 1977 Chevy Camaro. Dodge versus Chevy. Closer than you would think here. Jay in the Camaro taking it. You guys, a 13.18 versus a 14.25. And he had a way late reaction time, so he's got some top end speed, that white Camaro. John Gilby in the Chevelle tower side going against Dave Pratt, 69 Camaro. Couple beautiful cars here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Wow, and just neck and neck in the speeds here, folks. It looks like the Chevelle's got the top end speed in this pass. 13.08, 111. 14.52 at 95 for Dave. Convertible Mustang in the Lordco lane going against the big old Dodge truck. Nothing coming up for either of these cars. Looks like the Mustang backing out. Solo pass for the truck. Looks like he's rolling some coal. Big old Dodge truck. .59 tower lane for the Dodge truck. Got a nice white Camaro here in the tower lane going against John Witherspoon from Kamloops 2017 Mustang Shelby. Going against the Camaro, so it's one of those Chevy Ford battles. Who's it going to be, Chevy or Ford?
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, calling outlaw, lanes 1 to 4, outlaws to lane 1, 2, 3, and 4.
John running a 12.52, 115 versus tower lane 12.94, 119. Or 115 versus 119. So pretty close race, 25/100th of a second. So Utah Mooney here in the tower lane, 1999 Ford. Looks like a solo pass for Utah. Friday night street legals where you can race. It could be you too, folks. Our next Mopac Street Legals coming on June the 9th. Bring your car. Let's have some fun. June 9th, the Friday night street legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Utah with an 18.91 at 72 miles an hour. Lots more racing action happening tonight. This is the titanium strip, so big thanks to Titanium Auto Group for being such a big sponsor. Also like to thank Racing Greed, Mopac, and Mountain View Harley Davidson for sponsoring our classes this evening. Thank you very much. June 3rd and 4th, we've got our Summit ET Series 6 and 7, and we're welcoming the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Race Association. Lots of motorcycles coming up next weekend, so be sure to check it out. Of course, we've got our Sportsman Pro, Super Pro Hot Rod as well, and the motorcycle. So it's going to be a great weekend. Come on out and hang out with us.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And lane 5? Sorry. Attention in the pits, not lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Motorcycles just to lane 5. That is motorcycles to lane 5. Thank you very much.
Just a reminder as well, June 17th and 18th, we've got the Summit ET Series and the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. So Roland Cole, think racing semis. That's right up my alley. I was a truck driver for 22 years, so I'll be like, move over, pal, let me race. Can't wait to see the semis race, and that's going to be my favorite thing. But Roland Cole, hey, if you have a diesel truck, you never know. Contact the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. They are on Facebook. And get all the rules and get into that. Or just bring yourself to Street Legals and come and roll some coal with us. So fun. So many races coming up here at Mission Raceway. It's unbelievable. What a great summer we have ahead.
How many have they had tonight? 7, include that's with the 8.
BMW in the tower lane going against Mike Enns in his awesome truck 2002 Ford. Now this thing's got all sorts of power sources. This is an old school racer and he's back again. Just trying to figure out his truck. This one is pretty badass.
And that is some proven power, ladies and gentlemen. Incredible reaction time from Mike as he makes it to the end at an 11.28 at 122 miles an hour, while our BMW friend makes it at an 11.83 at 131 miles per hour. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sport Compact on standby. Now let me just run by what standby means. Oh, calm. Sorry about that. Sport Compact, you're not on standby. Call to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's Sports Compact lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Apologies for the...
Tony taking it to 73, Shed at 10.44 and 128. Robert at 11.27 at 125. So these cars are going faster, folks. This is Jeff H. Towerside from Mission 1970 GMC truck going against Brian Hildebrandt from Abbey in his 1986 Ford truck. So GMC truck versus Ford truck. Close call there in the Lordco lane for Ryan Hildebrandt. Jeff taking it at 12.94 at 104. Be sure to take your foot out of it if things are going wrong for you. Dorian Nunkovic, Towerside 2008 BMW from Burnaby. Going against Clayton Schultz from Coquitlam in the 2019 Dodge. He's got a 392 Emmy. Dorian versus Clayton. Dorian taking it despite over 1 second reaction time at 10.55 at 130 miles an hour. Clayton at 12.11 at 114.
We have a solo run, ladies and gentlemen. It's Everett Heath from Maple Ridge driving a 72 Chevy. The light is green and he's off with an amazing reaction time, speeding down that track at exceptional speeds, making it at the end at an 11.18 at 118 miles per hour.
So we're in Outlaw right now. I did see a bunch of motorcycles leave.
Yeah, just call to lane 5.
It's safe to call them, so
Just say attention in the pits, motorcycles 5.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is the final call for motorcycles to lane 5. Final call for motorcycles in lane 5. Thank you very much.
So hard to see.
sometimes they put it on your helmet.
I don't even have my glasses.
We have Chris Leake and Charles Leake, father and son.
Yeah,
So I want to see edge contrast.
I have to
Chris Lee. Sorry, guys. You know when your batteries go in your microphone, it's all over. You're frantically trying to put batteries in. We've got Miles Walsh, Tower Side, 93 VW going against Christo in the Lordco lane.
I think it was a setting. Yeah, I reset it.
That's fantastic. How did you reset it?
Sent some batteries from it.
Christo is 16.42 versus 17.23.
No, I just hit escape and it goes back to the screen here. Now yours is.
Kevin in the Tower Lane 2010 Infiniti going against Shiraz Khan from Surrey in his 2009 BMW. Wow, this is a really close race right now, guys. Close right to the 1,000-foot. Oh, man, a 13.36 for Kevin in the Tower Lane versus a 13.58, you guys. 0.07 of a second difference. Jaddy Gill in the Tower Lane going against Lauren Stewart. Jaddy from Vancouver, sponsored by Racing Greed, takes this one. Another close race, you guys. A 10.81 versus Lauren's 10.64. Both of them within 1 mile of each other. 132 and 131. Great racing here.
What do you call it, pit again? Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is the final call for Sport Compact. The final call for Sport Compact to lanes 1, 2, and 3. And this is also time for Domestic to be on standby. Thank you very much.
All right, just backing up these two racers and resetting our tree. It's Casey Ortson in the Tower Lane. He's driving that 2013 Scion. He's from Abbotsford. Going against Jan Baker from Mission. 2016 WRX. Sponsored by Charlie Smith's Machine Works. They're in Port Kells. $13.25 at 106 for Jan, 15.48 at 91 for Casey. Tyron Frenzen, Tower Lane, going against Jared Mueller. Tyron Tower Side in the 2001 Acura, and Jared in that 2015 Scion. Close race here. Oh, but it looks like Jared taking off in the top end, 14.04 versus 15.44. Emir Yassar from Chilliwack, Lordco Lane 2022 Hyundai. Going against the 92 Mitsubishi, it's Ranul Albert Stastini. How about that? Oh, look at that shifting going on in the Tower Lane. It's just giving her. 13.26, 95 miles an hour for Ranul. Emir with a 14.61 at 103.
Next up, we have Calvir Dhaliwal going up against Jashan Viridi. Jashan's from Surrey, driving the 2016 Infiniti, and Calvir's also driving a 2017 Infiniti. The Infiniti match is back as the tree lights up. Our racers get ready. Light goes green, and Calvir takes off with Jashan trailing behind, doubling his reaction time to his. But Calvier makes it to the end at a 12.21 at 84 miles an hour, while Jashan goes in at an 11.95 at 114 miles an hour.
Jashan did his best to catch up, though, but with that 3-second reaction time, that just isn't going to happen. Harsimran Sidhu in the Tower Lane 2023 Tesla Model 3 from Chilliwack, going against Simran Brar from Abbotsford 2003 Lexus IS 300. Let's see how the Tesla does against the Lexus. Yeah, I figured as much. They'll silently kick your butt, those Teslas, just saying. 14.23, 99 miles an hour for the Tesla. Simran a 16.01 at 89.
We got Chris Geen from Maple Ridge driving the 2018 Volkswagen Golf, and Anjdeep Sandhu from Abbotsford driving the 2016 BMW. Reaction time's fairly close as the train goes green. It's neck and neck at the quarter mile.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get domestics to the lanes, please? Domestics to the lanes, please. Vinny's pulling up in the Tower Lane, 2020 Infinity, going against Parveen Sandhu, from Abbotsford in the 08 BMW 335i. Vinny Towerside, Parveen Lordco Lane. $11.32 for Vinny and a 13.59 at 107 for Parveen.
Next up, we have Ashkan Sharif from Port driving the 1997 Toyota Chaser, and Nathan Varind from Maple Ridge driving the 2021 Nissan named NVS. And boy, am I still envious. Racers drive up to the tree.
As I was watching the tree go green, I was watching Ashkan with his reverse lights on, so he was definitely sleeping in almost 3 seconds at the reaction time. A 10.65 for Nathan at 132 miles an hour. Great pass. Ashkan with a 13.70. All right, here's another Tesla. Now, his name's not coming up. I'm not sure why. I'd love to know who he is. In the tower side, going against Jacob Davies from Surrey, 2010 Audi. Giving him a little head start. What's in the far lane?
One sec, I'd have to check. Can you hold them?
Acura. That's so good. That works. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, I had to do it.
I hate that because like just like,
Oh, I know, dude.
now I can finally root myself. I can
Get it.
finally be happy.
So 95 Honda, is that what that is?
Yeah, 95 pounds.
Oh.
West one, we're on to movies. We're on to domestic?
I can talk about this for a while.
Yeah. Chris.
Mopac Auto Supply is a huge sponsor of the Friday Night Street Legals. Mopac Auto Supply has been serving the high performance industry for over 49 years. So we'd like to thank them for sponsoring the Friday Night Street Legals. Thank you so much to Mopac. Larry Kerr from Langley, 1997 Mustang Cobra, going against Haj Chima. Sponsored by GSS Auto Repair. Hodge is from Mission, 2021 Ford. Ton of power in that Mustang there. Wow. Sounds great. Just hauling down the track. 11.64, 120 miles an hour for Hodge, and Larry a 13.51 at 87. Ken Ritchie from Surrey, 1985 Blazer in the Tower Lane, going against Brent Elliott. He's racing that 86 Chevy El Camino, and that thing is fast. A lot of spinning tires here for Ken Ritchie in the Tower Lane. And that gave Brent that little extra to win a 12.71, 115 versus 14.73 at 100 miles an hour.
Our next racers are a yellow Corvette and Jazz Rye from Surrey, British Columbia, driving the 88 Fox body. The tree lights up, light goes green. Ooh. The Challenger a little slow on the upbringing, but he's making a comeback as the two racers are neck and neck. Sorry, it was a Corvette, my bad. But Jazz makes it with a 16.37 at 94 miles an hour, and the Corvette at 21.90 at 50 miles an hour.
Owen Carr, Tower Side from Abbotsford, 1968 Pontiac, running a 327 Chev, going against Costa in his 84 Camaro. He is the owner of Jerry's OK Tires, so be sure to get your next set of tires from Jerry's. Owen is a part of the Tyler Carr's Brothers family racing team. 68 Pontiac versus the 84 Camaro. .02, 95 miles an hour for Owen, and Costa an 18.58 at 83. Tower Side, we've got the blue Mustang with a heck of a burnout there, warming up those tires. Going against the Challenger. Sorry, these people's names are not showing up, just their cars. Double green. Mustang's trying to chase him down. Can he do it? No, but look how close this is. 13.02 with a 9 to 13.07, folks. 3/10. 3/10 of a second.
In In the tower lane, we have an unnamed Camaro going up against Jeff Leveman from Abbotsford. Racers go off. Jeff was in with an amazing reaction time, blazing down that track. The two drivers are neck and neck at the quarter mile, but Jeff takes it at a 12.95 at 105 miles per hour, and the unnamed Camaro at 12.99 at 117 miles per hour. Just mere hundredths of seconds off one another. Our next race is John Witherspoon from Kamloops, driving his 2017 Mustang Shelby, and Tito driving his 2008 Jeep.
That's the daddy daycare.
It's the daddy daycare.
Oh, look at him go. Whoa, it's close, you guys.
Like I said about school zones, that guy is the menace we need. Just wow. Literal thousands of seconds off at the eighth bit.
Yeah, that's tens thousandths of a second off, my friend. But John taking it away from the daddy daycare. Eric in the tower lane, 2019 Dodge Red Eye. He's from Mission, going against Cam Penner from Langley. 2005 Charger, running a 5.7-liter Hemi. Sponsored by Race with Day. This is Eric in the tower lane versus Cam in the Lordco lane. First bulbs are lit. Waiting for Eric to bump in. Huge launch for Eric in the 2019 Dodge. 11.76, 123 miles an hour for Eric. 15.08, 91 miles an hour for Cam. Ford Explorer in the tower lane going against Jay Stern from Ladner. 1977 Chevy Camaro.
Ladies and gentlemen, just before the track closes, we are announcing that the lane is open. Anyone can come on down and drive right on through. It's an open field down here now. Anyone's game.
All right, so anyone that wants another pass, we'll get you to head on to the lanes. Doesn't matter what class you're in, just head on down to the lanes. We'll get a last pass in for you and probably call it a day after that. Matt Dawson in the tower lane. Going against the Mustang in the Lordco lane. Mustang just taken off. He knows racing is almost over. He's making the best of it. An 11.75, 127 miles an hour. Matt Dawson, a 14.89 at 98 in his Chevy S10. It's Utah Mooney from Coquitlam, 1999 Ford Solo Pass. All right, so just a reminder, when you are doing this free-for-all kind of racing, since you all are just coming up for your last passes, we might not be able to announce your name because you're out of class. You're not out of class. You're so classy. Just saying, we're running a free-for-all, so get into the lanes. We'll do a free-for-all. So it's just going to be fun racing action here. We may or may not call your names, probably not. Just like to thank all our spectators for coming out. You guys are awesome. Thanks for spending your evening with us here at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip. Friday night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. We always have great fun here. Don't forget, you can race too. Our next Street Legals is on June the 9th. So make sure you bring your vehicle. Come have some fun. As much fun as those guys on the pit in the racetrack. It is a great time. Next weekend, of course, the Summit ET Series race and the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. Motorcycles are always awesome. BMW versus Dodge action here. Just a bunch of grudge matches, just getting everybody's yah-yahs out before we got to go do the speed limit on the street. Mustang Tower Slide. First the Infinity.
Now we got a Hyundai in the Tower lane and a Mustang sitting in the Lordco lane.
Those tires got to be warm by now. Hey, Joey?
A little toasty. It's a little late at night, so it might get a little colder, but that burnout was clean. The tree's lighting up. The racers are at the ready. The light goes green. And the match is mirrored. But the Mustang overtakes the Hyundai. The Hyundai goes 13-13 at 114 miles an hour. Oh, sorry, that was the Mustang that went 13-13. And the Hyundai goes 14:07 at 102.
Hey, that Hyundai, I mean, keeping up almost with that Mustang, that's pretty cool.
You don't see that every day.
We don't. Motorcycles sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson.
Tree goes green, but one gets a later start. But he's catching up at a record pace. Lordco Lane makes 10.97.
Just so we're looking at the numbers here, he spent 2.5 seconds at the line, yet still beat him. Unbelievable. 138 miles an hour.
That's not to sell motorcyclists in our Tower Lane short at 13.74, as we now have some more cyclists on the road.
Sounds like Harleys to me.
Now we got an Infiniti and a BMW. The Infiniti's in the tower lane and the BMW sitting on Lordco. BMW taking over the
Chevelle versus an Audi coming up next here. The Friday Night Street Legals. I was a little worried seeing that Chevelle had a hard right, but he got straight. 11.49 for the Chevelle, 10.92 in the Lordco lane. Levi Banky.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we are going to be closing the lanes. If you haven't made it into the lanes currently, them's the brakes. I'm sorry to say it, but no more passes. But if you still are in the lane, stay cozy. You can do your pass and enjoy the night.
Scion versus a Subaru coming up next here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Big thanks to all of our spectators hanging out to the bitter end here. You are amazing. Thanks for spending your evening with us here at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip. Lots of racing action coming up here at Mission Raceway. Be sure to add yourself to our Facebook page and get all the details for all the races coming up.
Next race, we got a Volkswagen and a Scion at the line. Trees lighting up. It goes green, and it's neck and neck, but the Scion gains the lead.
That was all determined at the line with reaction times, folks. 15.50 for the Lordco lane and 16.85 for the Tower lane. We have an Acura versus, I think it's a Ford truck, full-size truck. But look at that. Oh yeah, that's my kind of truck right there. Acura's trying to chase him down, but with a 1 second reaction time, not sure he can do it. Nope, the truck taking this one very close. 12.55 at 107 miles an hour versus 12.99 at 109. So he definitely did try to catch up to that truck in the top end.
Attention everyone, on this time I'm going to remind everyone again that the lanes are closed. If you're still in them, hang tight, you can still do your pass. But if not, I'm sorry, but them's the breaks. Thanks for participating.
Just a reminder as well to please do the speed limit as you are exiting and heading down the highway this fine evening. Please. We don't want to see a lot of craziness going on the roads, and We want everybody to be safe, and that's why we're racing here on the track and not on the street. Again, thanks to all our spectators who joined us and all the kids that came out today. So good to see you all here at the Friday Night Street Legals. We have such a good time together. So glad to see your smiling faces. Big thanks to our track officials as well spending the day here. It was quite a warm day earlier. It's cooled off nicely. They're working hard. A lot of new people here at Mission Raceway, including Joey, our announcer here, and Guntus as well, saving the day. Big thanks to all our tower staff and our track staff. Make sure you tell your friends all about Friday Night Street Legals, where they too can race, or they can cheer you on. So bring them on down here to the Titanium Strip. Ram versus Golf. Mustang and a Ford Explorer. This is our final two vehicles here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legals.
And our Lordco lane driver is going fast, but our tower lane is making waves. Will it be enough? No. Kurt makes it at a 12.05 at 113 miles an hour, and Larry at a 14.18 at 81 miles an hour.
So that wraps up another successful Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Thank you very much, Joey, for all of your great announcing today. I do believe you're doing fine.
Well, thank you very much, Chrissy. I can say that you're doing fine yourself. Honestly, it's been a lot of fun to work up here, and I can't wait to do a bit more with y'all. It's been an absolute pleasure.
All right, so look forward to seeing Joey at the next race, the Summit ET Series 6 and 7. We'll have those Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association coming to hang out with us that weekend. So lots of motorcycles, of course. Our Summit Series, where we've got bracket racing with Sportsman, Pro, Super Pro, Hot Rod, and of course, all of those motorcycles. Our next Mopac Street Legals will be on June the 9th. That's your chance to come back and play with us on the track. Again, on behalf of the tower staff and all of the track officials, please have a safe drive home. We thank you very much for joining us. Hope to see you next time. Thanks to everybody on the live stream. And everybody, have a safe drive home. Please follow the speed limits. See you next time.
Take care, guys.